You see the final score, we track the revenue stream. Welcome to the show that treats the sports world like the multi-billion-dollar business it is. We dissect the ownership deals, the television right battles, the NIL impact, and the media figures driving the entire narrative. From Wall Street to the locker room, we follow the money and the people who control the message. Welcome to Press Row, the business of sports, right here on the Empty the Bench Network. Now, here's your hosts, Callan and McClurg and Nick Morgasen.
Clown show. Who are you people?
All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. It is a rare Monday for us here on Press Row. Welcome in, though, gang, to the year in review. So much ground to cover from the last 12 months in a not one, not two, not even three, a 4-hour get-together as we close down 2025.
Hello, LeBron James.
Yes, hello, LeBron James, and hello, Morning Drive Radio in San Diego and Afternoon Drive in Plainview, New York. That, of course, is Nick Morgasen in the great state of New York. Callan and McClurg here in San Diego on what is our final show for 2025 here on this December 29th, 2025. Mr. Morgasen, happy early New Year. Glad to get this show off and running here at 9 o'clock local time here on a beautiful Monday morning. Great to see you, as always. How is it going today?
It's good, man. Can't believe we made it. I mean, let's talk about this. So, of course, I made a clerical error when we were counting the episodes over the last couple of days. But when have we not made clerical errors on the show?
Tell me about it.
But we will be back with episode 29, not to be confused with what happened last episode.
Yes.
Even though you and I were storming off about Infinity Sports Network. But as you hear the music, yes, it's our last show. We are heading into New Year's. 2025 comes to an end. 2026 starts in, 3 days now? Holy crap.
3 days.
And yes, this is a 4-hour extravaganza. This is real. As Callan was asking me before, does this bring back the old 77 WABC days where I worked for 4 years? Yeah, it does. When I produced a little bit of drive time radio and a little bit of nationally syndicated radio for quite a while. So we got a lot to get into, a lot to talk about. First 3 hours are going to be the show that you normally get. The last hour is going to be the top stories, the Hall of Shame, the Hall of Positive, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, think of this like, the regular Press Row show with a bonus hour to end the year on a bang. Quick reminder, though, folks, real quick, before we get moving here. Let's remind everyone, though, that, again, you can find us and subscribe on YouTube. We're live again on YouTube. We're on Kick, Twitch, and on Twitter. You can find us, though, again, on youtube.com/ETB Network. Again, we're getting ever so closer to 4,000 watch hours. We're just about halfway there, so keep watching, keep subscribing. Again, follow the show, too, on Twitter. We're at PressRowETB, and we will go from there as well. Nick, I think you had one more thing you wanted to get off your chest quick before we get moving here today.
I don't remember, but I was going to say, follow us on social media. We are streaming to our Press Row Twitter account now. I made sure we are doing that at Press Row ETB, which our Instagram has taken off. We're at 30 followers already. The account's only been up a few days. Our clips have done well, some of them, including you might have seen a little bit of a fun clip from yesterday because I was having some fun with a WNBA diss track against Kathy Engelbert. Yeah, go check it out. It's up across social media platforms. If you don't like Kathy Engelbert and you love the WNBA players and how they're not being paid, go check out the diss track. I don't remember what it's called anymore.
I don't either, but it was pretty funny. We had some fun with it a couple days ago.
We have a lot to get into. A little more fallout from the Westwood One Sports, Infinity Sports Network. I did have a chance to listen when the switchover happened last night, or technically this morning at midnight Eastern. It sounded like politically correct sports talk on a national platform. Don't listen to it. It's really bad. I feel bad for a lot of people that worked at Infinity Sports Network. I did listen to the last 2 hours of Infinity Sports Network. It was David Shepard, who I'm trying to get on this show. Actually, Nico knows him from Sirius also. And it was Scott Farrell, where I don't know how well you know Scott Farrell, because Scott Farrell's from around your neck of the woods, California, San Diego area.
Yeah.
He did I think he did shows on, what was that AM channel you told me about all the time for sports down there? I think he did some shows on Extra, I think, or along him and Rome. Like, that's where they got a lot of their start, out in San Diego. And
yeah,
it was weird. It was weird hearing they had all his imaging back, like the old days when he was on CBS Sports Radio, which was before Infinity. Pharrell on the bench, which is one of the best names ever for a show. But yeah, I feel really bad for a lot of those people. A lot of great producers behind the scenes who I've gotten to know. A lot of great talent. 2 of them we are going to have on. I've already confirmed one for the first show of the year. Bart Winkler will join us for our first show of the new year. So if you're interested in understanding what happened to Infinity Sports Network, we are gonna, because you know him too. Like, he's not afraid to let loose in a lot of ways, which is great, because that's how radio should be. That's how broadcasting should be. None of this corporate garbage, none of this nonsense. That's what Westwood One Sports is now. That they want to do everything corporately, and it sounds awful. But you know what? Unfortunately, that's the name of the game, the name of the business. But I feel really bad for those people. Anyway, we're going to get into something that happened with BetMGM Network, which is co-owned by Odyssey and Westwood One. Another fallout from that situation. Speaking of San Diego, a big-time show. Certain co-host bids farewell, I think, for a legitimate reason. Because a lot of times in radio, you don't get to say goodbye in a lot of ways. And that's what Infinity Sports Network was too. They got to say goodbye, at least before they were thrown off air, unlike most networks or shows. We'll get into that. And what's the proper protocol to handle that stuff? Because again, we had to deal with Jason Barrett last week, who tried to tell us what the proper protocol is to handle.
And Bart Winkler loved the rant that we went on social media too, which was great.
He retweeted it and everything. It was, by the way, that on Twitter that hit like almost 4,000 views on our Press Row Twitter account. So go follow us at Press Row. We're going to do in the new year. We are going to do some short content, because we're not always going to be live when breaking news happens. So we promised to do some more now that we have social media to back it up. Also, some more fallout from the Netflix podcast debacle. KFC, or Kevin Clancy, who goes by KFC, their show just ended. So we'll talk about that and what he feels about how podcasting is video first. He's right. We'll get into the DK Metcalf debacle, which has been updated since we last spoke about it. What else we have? Oh, Charles Barkley versus the Grinch that is the NFL.
That's a great headline.
And that's not hyperbole, by the way. That's actually what he said. Obviously, it wouldn't be a Press Row show, and it wouldn't be 2025 if we didn't end the year with WNBA CBA troubles going on again. Don't you worry. We're going to have that show ready for 2026. By the way, thank you to the 30 people who are watching currently right now. I want to make sure I shout that out. Since we moved from playback to here, we've had a lot more interaction. If you have questions about anything we are talking about, you have a comment, get into we're on Twitter, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're everywhere. Drop a comment and let us know, and we're going to get into all these stories. Speaking of the W, we'll talk about the NBA also and the quest to end tanking. Caitlin Clark and the new Nike brand stuff. We'll get into Live, which we haven't talked about on this show, I don't think, very much.
We talked about them very sparingly.
And then obviously from hour 3, we'll talk about scandals. And again, from 2025, Bill Simmons, Kalshi. Am I saying that right? Kalshi or Kalashi?
Yeah,
Kalshi. Which is now finally getting in trouble for those stupid, ridiculous, religious, anti-Semitic comments and finally removing affiliates from people. So it just, we'll get to that. And then obviously hour 4, which we don't say very often on here.
Yeah, what? Hour 4? What's going on here? Hour 4?
Yeah, there's no press clippings this week. So we are doing an hour 4, which is going to be all the year that was. And we'll go over all our different episodes for the year. So we got a great show planned. Sorry, we had to start an hour earlier due to some other shows that are coming on right after us here. But let's go.
Everyone's trying to get their last shows in. All right, Nick, let's kick things off, though. As the popular sports betting show You Better You Bet prepares for its high-profile move to Westwood One Sports today, longtime co-host Femi Abebefe officially announced his departure in a Raw on-air segment. Femi had clarified that the move was not his decision, calling it, much like other hosts of ISN, disappointing in how it sucks. Now, while Nick Costos will continue to lead the show in its new midday slot, Femi's exit, though, marks a huge shift, though, for a program that has become a staple of the betting-tainment era. That's a great way to put it. So, Nick, with him, though, publicly stating this was not his choice, does this now signal that Westwood One is looking to rebrand the show for a more traditional radio audience, or is it simply another casualty or a brick in the wall of the corporate consolidation between Odyssey and Cumulus Media?
That's one of the ways I would put it.
Thank you, David Gilmore and Roger Waters. You're welcome.
Yeah. I mean, this has nothing to do with, well, it could have to do with some politicking. I don't know 100%. But when this was announced, this goes back to the Infinity Sports Network stuff a little bit, but
this basically goes back to our show from last week. It's a carryover.
Right. I don't blame him. He was upset. He handled it very well. I watched the segment. You want to understand, you want to take a page out of professionalism. He handled it very well, because how would you feel if you worked on a show for, I think he said 3 or 4, what was it? 3 or 4 years. I think he said he was working on it. It might've been less. And
still,
how would you feel if you put all those hours in and then you find out, oh, well, we're not taking you over to the new network?
Disrespected. I would feel like, I worked my ass off to get this, show where I wanted it. And then you're given carte blanche, and then there's like hard stop because, well, we can't make up, revenue differences. We have to merge with a new company. Oh, by the way, you're not going to be moving on with us to, the new platform. Like, in a way, can I say this? This might be a weird comparison. I think about like Toy Story 4, I think, when Andy leaves all the toys behind at Bonnie's house and we hear Tom Hanks, Woody say, so long, partner. That's kind of how this feels in a way, though, that, you exert your time, your energy, your effort, Nick. You and I would know well, though, about, how the rigors of the industry can be when, as you said, hey, we're back doing a 4-hour show today for the last one of the year. I feel like I'm back at WABC. I did 4 hours of midday drive with country music and news updates and weather updates when I was in college. And I felt that too, from like 10 o'clock till 2, and then I would go and take lunch or whatever and then go home, whatnot. But I mean, yes, because I think, though, Nick, that I still think about last week's show, how we had basically beat Jason Barrett over the head with a steel chair. We had talked so much at length, though, last week about this ISN, WWO merger, basically, in a way, and how so many people, had sounded off, good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. And now they're looking for new places. We talk about, Maggie and Perloff looking for a new home. Now we have Femi from You Better You Bet, is one thing as well. So at least after the first day, because I told Nick before the show that my folks took our dog, who very well I'm always up and down with during the course of our show on here on PR, but he went to the groomer today. First thing my mom says, because she listens to sports talk radio, my dad and I listen to our ETB network content on Spotify whenever we're asleep, because he's got to sleep out in the living room with me because of the dog. And my mom said, whoever the heck that they have is awful. And I think she even said that one of them sounded like a high school kid. So already, at least, Nick, after the first couple of hours of the new launch, not good for WWO.
I mean, I hate to say this because they keep calling it a merger. Only one person went over from ISN, and technically it really was not, because Pat Boyle, who took over for a little over a year doing the overnight when Amy Lawrence left After Hours, which I totally understand why she left, because she was doing 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Eastern for what, 20 years? I mean,
not longer, yeah.
So that takes its toll. Trust me, I know. Working in the business, I did 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Eastern for almost 2 years. And my parents said I was the walking dead zombie, and I was not nice to people for 2 years.
I got back into radio for about a week before I had to give it up, because I was in the 4 a.m. to noon time slot out here on the West Coast.
That's easier, though, I think, working 4 a.m. to noon than it is the opposite. I wasn't seeing daylight some days.
You're nocturnal.
Well, actually, better yet, I wasn't seeing daylight and coming out to daylight. I was like a freaking bat or a vampire, for crying out loud.
Nosferatu.
Exactly. But no, I wouldn't even call. You're gonna hear that a lot going forward. But I wouldn't even call this a merger, a partnership. I'd call this a hostile takeover.
I was just going to say, this feels like a hostile takeover, because I would think, though, if it's a merger, wouldn't everybody come over and not just everyone get left behind off the arc in a way?
Not necessarily, because we see this all the time. When two companies come together, they keep the bigger end people, and then there's going to be casualties because there's not enough jobs.
Or could we classify this as a consolidation?
Yeah.
I think it's more of a consolidation with how many people they left behind.
I mean, Pat Boyle was technically the only one.
Which is crazy to think.
Now, Pat was already doing Bet MGM Tonight, which is one of the two shows with You Bet or You Bet, which is what we're talking about now. Those were the two shows that were picked up from the network, Bet MGM network, which used to be BetQL.
Yes.
Now, let me not be naive that it was probably too expensive to run technically two networks between Infinity Sports Network and Bet MGM Network. It was probably too expensive for Odyssey to keep all those salaries on the book for both networks. But a lot of times, let's not be naive either, there were hosts on Infinity Sports Network that were doing shows on Bet MGM too. So you're technically casualtying some people that were doing shows on both networks. Now, BetMGM was on certain radio stations, like affiliates were allowed to carry the shows, but it wasn't radio show built. It was more a digital product that happened to have radio clocks built into it if people wanted to carry the shows. But what's crazy is, so Pat, and I like Pat. I've listened to Pat's show because I stay up all night. Callan knows. I really didn't fall asleep last night after we spoke. But like, I used to listen to Pat Boyle all the time from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. And on the side, he was doing BetMGM Tonight from like 6 to 10 Eastern.
That's bonkers.
Think about that. Well, that's radio for you.
It is.
That if you want to be a talent in the business, it used to be you could have a full-time job in radio. Or like, oh, I can pay my bills, blah, blah, blah. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah, now you need to have the radio gig, another sports announcing gig, and then have like a podcast that you can make revenue off of to survive, it seems like now.
Think about David Shepard, who started as an intern. He was there for all 13 years.
Yeah.
Of the network. Started as an intern, became a board op, the producer, and he would help with he helped with JR. He was JR Sport Briefs producer for a while. And then on top of that, he was doing Saturday and Sunday shows on the network from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. And he was doing part-time, is doing part-time at NBA Radio for SiriusXM, doing the post-game shows.
Uh-huh.
Now, some people I already know about because of who's moving already. Shep is going to be working full-time at NBA Radio. So that's the only one I really know of at the moment. Some people got new gigs. Maggie and Perloff, from what I understand, are like waiting for what's that dumb saying? Crossing the I's and dotting
Crossing the I's or crossing the T's and dotting the I's.
Yeah, so they have a deal of some sort. I don't know what. The others I don't know. JR will be fine. He's an interesting guy. He'll find a place. Who did I leave out? Bart, I have no idea. Bart,
We'll find out though on the 7th when he joins us.
I love Bart, but sometimes Bart can rub people the wrong way. I'm not saying I love it. I love that he's willing to be open, but you have to admit that sometimes it could rub people the wrong way.
Yeah, before we move on, I will say because 97.3, the Padres flagship station, has
San Diego.
They had rights with ISN at the time, CBS Sports Radio. Bart would come on, in the off season like we are right now when the Padres aren't playing. He'd come on like at 7:00 local time, and I'd listen to him on my way home from work when I would be at the arena or at my college.
Right, because he was on at 10 to 2 Eastern at night. But I feel bad for Femi, but there was going to be casualties. Odyssey did not want to run 2 networks.
Yeah.
So they had to decide. They
basically were handcuffed in a way about what they do.
I mean, can we call a spade, though? Did they really have to get rid of ISN? They probably should have got rid of BetMGM or cut shows from BetMGM and just made it a digital entity. Run it as a YouTube channel. That's where the money is. The money is not
it's not in radio, as we've been saying. It's now in the digital ecosystem now, whether we like it or not.
Why would you make a Westwood One sports channel? That, first of all, people don't. When you hear WWO or Westwood One, because in the business I have all I see is WWO for Westwood One. I don't think of them as a digital entity or a property. I turned it on and I got bored instantly when I heard Brian Weber's voice. He's the first of all, you couldn't come up with a big voice to open up your network, for crying out loud. I get it was midnight to 3 a.m. Eastern, but you couldn't get somebody like that. Don't get me, and I'm not disrespecting Brian. Brian's been around for a long time. But come on. And by the way, how much confusion is it? I don't know if they're taking calls at all, for the shows. If I were them, I would not take calls for the first week or two.
No.
Just saying, because that's going to get ugly. How many people are going to call in thinking that they're expecting Infinity Sports Network or CBS Sports Radio, and now they're going to hear this shit?
Yeah.
I don't know. But for Femi, he'll get on his feet. Gambling content is everywhere. It's everywhere. So he'll find it. Is it going to be harder because this business is cutthroat? Yes, it is very cutthroat, to be honest. But
as we know.
But speaking of San Diego, why don't we just transition into that?
Yeah. Speaking of other departures, today for this Monday here at about 2:00 local time. Today will also mark the final show for Jim Russell on San Diego's John and Jim show on KGB AM San Diego Sports 760. Jim announced within the last couple of weeks, though, that he departed San Diego earlier this month for Philadelphia, citing some deeply personal family reasons. Jim spent 15 years in the market between KWFN 97.3 The Fan as a producer, and then 6 years at the former KLSD Extra Sports 1360, and eventually when the station flipped from 1360 to 760. Jim shared that he and his wife chose to move closer to family in Philadelphia to start their own family after experiencing a heartbreaking miscarriage. Jim's departure leaves a massive void, though, in the San Diego sports landscape, where he has been a consistent, relatable voice for well over a decade. But, Nick, though, given Jim's deep roots and hometown connection to the San Diego market, how difficult will it be, though, for KGB AM to find a replacement who can maintain the specific chemistry and local trust, though, that both John Schaefer and him built for the last 6 years on the local airwaves from your perspective?
So this is very hard. Number one, I would never wish this on my worst enemy or anybody. Having a miscarriage is tough. Okay. We went through that situation with my sister-in-law, where the pregnancy failed. So I get this slightly. And then going through all the, what's it called? Because you can't get pregnant. Was it in vitro?
Yes.
Where you have to get the shots and everything. And that's not easy. I feel bad for him. It's a tough situation. And then have to uproot your life. If I remember seeing the video correctly, he has lived in San Diego his entire life from the time he was a kid. And he had to uproot from San Diego, moving all the way to the East Coast in Philadelphia.
Now he went from the Bay Area where he's from down here to work, and now he's in Philly.
So chemistry, first of all, chemistry does not happen easily. Let's be very clear about that. I mean, from my New York roots, Mike and the Mad Dog, even though there was a lot of turmoil and yelling at one another, it's the most successful show in sports talk radio history. Mike and the Mad Dog. Anyone who tells you that Mike and the Mad Dog is not number one in sports talk radio history is lying to you. But I'm gonna safely assume that John and Jim has been the staple, the cornerstone of the San Diego market.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very weird ordeal for people who don't know my market, is that there's 2 sports stations in town, and they all have different teams scattered on their signals. Again, 97.3 has the Padres. They have Navy football from Westwood 1 and some other things that they usually get, like the NFL package. 760 on the AM dial has SDFC of MLS. They've got SDSU football, men's basketball. But though, Nick, and I've told you and DiMartino this, though, when you've talked about media, because I think I wrote this in on one of the last leftover shows, is that the stations could not be polar opposites, though. KWFM, which is the Padre station, they have wall-to-wall local coverage from 6 a.m. local time till 7 o'clock in the evening. KGB AM, which is where Jim and John have been, they're only local, I think, from noon till 6, which is so bizarre because they uprooted the morning show and moved it to their sister station on the FM band, and they've gone national with Dan Patrick and Colin Cowherd for the first 6 hours of the day.
Well, I could tell you why. It's because they can't afford to pay the salaries anymore. That's why.
And then from noon to 2, there's one show. Then from 2 to 6 is where Jim and John would be, or John and Jim would be, and then it would be national radio the rest of the night, unless there was a SDSU game or SDFC was playing soccer.
See, what doesn't make sense there's a lot of times stations which are trying to save money. A lot of times you would go morning drive and you would go afternoon drive, and then everything else in between could be syndication, because to be honest, unless it's, and I'm just thinking Eastern time, but you can correct in the Pacific time. So 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern and 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern are the biggest times in radio, morning drive and afternoon drive.
Same out here. I mean, 97.3's morning shows is 6 to 10, 10 to 2, 10 to 6, or 2 to 6, 6 to 7 before they go to national radio.
And that makes sense because 9 to noon and then after 7 o'clock, no one, I hate to say this, but it's true because I worked in the business. Anything after 7 p.m., no one cares, to be quite honest, unless it's a name, a big name that's put in. But this is drive time radio. Like you said, what, 6 years roughly they've been?
Yeah.
That's a long time in radio.
Yeah, and just in further perspective, I got to know both Jim and John Schaefer very well. When John first came here from Philadelphia, he ironically did the reverse cycle. He spent years in minor league baseball, and I got to know John Schaefer, Jim's partner, when he first came here. When he got some gigs at the school I was working at before he got the gigs at SDSU, taking over for Ted Leitner, and John and Jim, got their radio gig from, they were originally 3 to 6 at one point. Now they're 2 to 6 now. And John Schaefer again took over for Ted Leitner with SDSU basketball and football. And also, Nick, during COVID, John and Jim launched a Padres-centric post-game show recap called The Wrap-Up Show that's been highly, highly successful out here. They've scored deals with like local casinos out here and Underdog Fantasy. And
is that going away?
Don't know yet. Couldn't tell you.
See,
but I've gotten to know both guys though, and I watched I was on my way to work, I think, and I tuned in to watch the first few minutes to see what the announcement was, and much like Bart Winkler, much like anyone else we talked about, Nick, Jim was in tears about the fact that him and his wife were moving or had moved already, and that the show's going to be going away. But what John Schaefer confirmed though, and I'm sure they'll do it again today, John Schaefer's not going anywhere. He has a brand new 3-year deal, plus he's doing Aztec football and basketball. So they'll be looking for a new co-host for the time slot from 2 to 6 in the afternoon. But it does suck, though, to see one of your own leave, because I've gotten to know both. I've gotten to know Jim very well due to our love for Disney and Star Wars, plus the Padres and SDFC.
We got to get them on.
Yeah, maybe we can. Who knows?
because I'd love to know more. Because what people don't realize about the business, and it frustrates me because when I started as a board op and worked my way up into a producer at WABC here in the city, people think that all we do is push buttons, and the business is not about just pushing buttons. Yes, I understand pushing buttons makes shows go, but we work countless hours, and we work very hard to put shows and produce shows and content so everyone can listen on air. And for talent, it's very hard too. People think that talent just show up and sit in front of a microphone and do nothing. First of all, talent are human, just like producers and board ops and everybody else is behind the scenes. Like, just because their names are on a show doesn't mean they don't work hard at what they do. Right?
Yeah.
So I totally get this situation. Like, miscarriages are tough situations.
My mom had 2 of them between my older brother and me. That's why we're 9 years apart.
Wow. Yeah. So, like, people need to realize that this business is human, whether it's positive or negative or in between. That you want to be in this business, it's not for the faint of heart. You have to have a thick skin and no pits in your stomach, because you won't survive.
Nick, I think before we move on here, the thing I admired so much about Jim, though, he was a tell it like it was kind of guy. And in this market, I will go to my grave saying this, there is not a lot of that mentality in San Diego, California. Now, if the Chargers were still here, I think it would be totally different. But with the NFL team being gone, now your focus here, as I've long have said, though, has now become Major League Baseball, 2 very good soccer teams, minor league hockey, pro indoor lacrosse, and pro rugby. Those are the main, entities now here in town that you can go and support. And a lot of times, sadly, Nick, and I think you probably know a bit about some of the West Coast bias a little bit, is that you'll sugarcoat a lot of things when things aren't going your way. Jim Russell would never do that when they would recap a Padres loss, even if they lost like 1-0 or 2-1 in 10 innings. He would be out here basically, wanting to like throw chairs against the wall. Like, how can he not come through, runner on second with no one out in a way? And I think, though, Nick, sadly, a few people I know in this, within the market may have actually been told. Now, this is not saying that this happened with Jim, but I know one longtime host here who would say that sort of stuff, though. And I think that's why he probably got let go.
Again, this business is so cutthroat the way it's run that I always was of the belief, don't give your employer a reason to fire you in any way, shape, or form. So work as hard as you can so that you can work your way up in whatever part of this business you're trying to make it in. Obviously, this is an extenuating circumstance that is out of people's control.
Absolutely. 1,000%.
And people need to be understanding. I think people forget that, like, when they listen to sports talk on radio or digitally, because that's where we're heading at this point, that it's just yelling, blah, 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 blah. The Dallas Cowboys suck. Like, no, that's not what this is about. Like, we're human beings. Like, we have lives. Like, we have families. Like, we love doing this thing. We love running this network, and that's why we continue to grow it. But we have lives outside of here too. Like,
we do.
So people need to understand, like, it's not just sitting in front of a microphone and yelling about how much First Take sucks or all that stuff. We choose this career because we love it, not because we're making billions of dollars. I mean, that would be the goal one day, but like,
of course it would be.
But we all have lives we got to live. Trust me, if you saw the ordeal, and Callan knows this because of what I went through over the last 5 or 6 months alone, that he's seen all sides of me when it came to my grandmother passed away. Did I stop what I was doing? No. There were times when I think you and others told me I should stop doing stuff for a day or two, but it's the attitude I possess, though, which is to continue to work hard at something until we become successful. Again,
yeah, I mean, come on. I literally did a show a couple weeks ago, sounding like I was like in a scuba tank, because I was sick that week. But you battle through it.
I mean,
come on now.
Not that I really want to bring it up, but like when your dog passed away,
yeah,
like that was right. I think at the very beginning though, when
that was mid-May, so it was about the first month I was here, roughly, that happened.
So like, and the only reason I bring that up is because like that was tough, but you fought through.
Christy Wilson's so right. Life doesn't stop though when various things happen.
It's true. I mean,
so right. Not agree more.
My grandmother went through dementia. She was not well. I was running back and forth trying to help. And things were tough for a while, but somehow I managed to do all our shows here. We did all our playback streams when we were doing that, sometimes 6-7 hours at a time. Don't get me wrong. I loved working with them. I'm not trying to spite them on purpose.
Yeah.
But I totally get where this is coming from.
All right, Nick, let's move on here, though, to another one about podcast. Is it audio versus video? But now Barstool Sports' Kevin KFC Clancy has now further sparked more debate among creators by declaring that the podcast medium has officially shifted to video first priority. Kevin dismissed critics of Barstool's recent massive content deal with Netflix, arguing that the era of audio-only dominance is now over. According to Clancy's remarks, the production value and visual engagement required for platforms like Netflix and YouTube now dictate the creative process rather than being an afterthought to the audio recording. Nick, if one of the industry's top earners are now pivoting to a video-first philosophy, are we now reaching the breaking point where traditional audio-only podcasts will be viewed by advertisers as a secondary tier of media? Interesting perspective here because, here we are, Nick, launching, we've launched Small Market Edition. We launched Benchmarks late on Sunday night to open up our feeds, though, for our first episode, as we'll talk about next Monday when we go to commercial break here. But now your thoughts here about KFC saying video only over audio only for podcast content.
He's right. I mean, I think I said it to you the other night. Like, this was the first time where, like, the paragraph proved the information that was out there. KFC Radio, which was Kevin and also Fights, John Feidelberg, they just ended their podcast.
Yeah.
I think a week ago now, or a couple days ago now. KFC Radio was like one of the very few first podcasts that were launched, not just at Barstool, but period, when it came to podcasting. No one knew what the podcasting industry was going to be, or that it was going to be an extension of broadcasting.
Right.
Now, he's talking about production value and engagement and video, and unfortunately, he's right. Like, video is now the big thing when it comes to podcasting. Like, originally, when we put out podcasts, it was done from an audio perspective only. No one saw video. Did you ever think when we saw podcasts that we were ever going to see video components of anything when we first saw audio podcasts come out? No.
No way, no how. Absolutely not.
And then what started happening is that people said, oh, I want to see behind the scenes of what goes on in a studio, right? I mean, and that's kind of what happened. So you would start seeing like the guys behind the scenes, or guys and gals behind the scenes, like hosting their show and doing all that stuff. And it'd be like, okay. And that's kind of where things started to pick up from a video perspective when it came to, okay, maybe we got to develop this video thing. The problem is, like, as great as audio content is, visual content is where the sponsors are going to go.
Yes.
Because that's where they're going to be seen. Audio is great. You can hear all the hosts where they do the live reads on audio. Heck, we were doing them for playback and for certain sports prediction market company, which I prefer not to mention anymore. But audio is great, but visually everything is done better.
I agree.
Why do you think we were doing the prediction market stuff visually during the playback streams? Because that's how everyone sees how the operation works.
Yeah, I mean, we would drop in the odds and the banners or whatnot. Real quick, though, Nick, Jim Russell has put out a farewell post on Instagram, by the way, within the last 20 minutes. I want to read his caption. Jim wrote, "Today is my final show on John and Jim. 4 amazing years talking San Diego sports for a living. From all the Trainwreck radio segments, ruining Xander Bogaerts' press conference, the hundreds of updates I butchered, our amazing listeners, John calling me an idiot every day to be voted best sports talk show in San Diego for 3 years in a row. This show is truly something special. Talk to you at 2:00 today.
Yeah, I get that. This goes back to what I said, that it's an emotional business. Like, you get attached to it. And especially when you work with someone for 4 to 5 years, it's chemistry. Like, you know how hard it is to find chemistry today in this business. It really is. But just to get back to this, because he brought up the Netflix deal. Obviously, if you didn't, I think it was a couple shows ago, we talked about how Netflix and Barstool made a huge deal, and it wasn't just them. Netflix is picking up podcasts from iHeartMedia.
Oh, and don't worry, we have more about this later in the show involving Mr. Simmons.
Yeah.
Bill Simmons. We have another one about the other Simmons from the NBA later on, too.
Right. So it started originally with Spotify and The Ringer. Then it went to iHeartMedia, and now it's at Barstool, and people are upset because video's behind a paywall. You and I both agreed that we think it's kind of ridiculous that they're putting podcast video versions behind a paywall. And you were right, I think, from the standpoint of, like, do I really need to see what's going on in studios? Do I have to pay for that? Of course. Now, KFC made a good point, which I think I didn't realize. But in today's world, if you don't have Netflix, then
you're shit out of luck, basically.
Right. But I think, like, that's almost abnormal if you don't have Netflix. Like, or if you don't have Prime Video as a sports fan, then you're missing out. So from that standpoint, I think he's right that everything is going to Netflix. A lot of stuff is going to Netflix. Now, heck, they're talking about Fanatics, WWE, putting their podcast video portions behind.
Oh, my goodness. Make it stop.
It's like, am I really going to go? See, YouTube was easy. I can open up
emotional damage.
Yes. Well, I think the one you're more looking for is. But.
Oh, my God.
Or that.
Yeah. My point is, like, it's getting ridiculous. I could open up my browser, my Chrome browser, and go on YouTube and watch Pardon My Take if I wanted to watch video clips.
Yes. yes.
I'm in.
Come on, Skydance, where's the contract?
Of course, that would be total hypocrisy on our part after we're revolting against it. But I think I said this when we talked about it originally. If there was money involved, obviously you're not going to turn down offers for stuff.
Money? You're going to stay open later if you give us your money?
But
man,
my point is, he's not wrong. If you don't have Netflix or Amazon today, you're kind of left out of the loop. I don't agree with all the podcast video stuff being behind the platform. YouTube was so easy. If you remember originally when Rogan's deal with Spotify happened, that it caused a riff because it took the stuff off of YouTube. But it's frustrating. But he's right. We're pivoting to a video first situation when podcasts were originally designed for audio listening purposes. So you could take your headphones and put them on and go for a walk or a jog or whatever, and you can listen to something. Or you're sitting at home and you just want to listen to something while you're in the house making dinner or lunch or whatever you're doing. But now everything is video first because the advertisers matter. Gee, what do we need to do to stay in business? We need to make what? Money. Otherwise, it doesn't work. People think that just podcasts should just exist or digital products should exist. How do you think those things stay running? So he's right. But you and I don't agree with it, but he is right.
No, he is right. And again, I'm not going to pay. I have Netflix, like Christy said. I have Netflix too, but I'm not going to watch the show in video form. I just give me the audio. It's all I want.
See, Big Cat made a really good point from Pardon My Take, saying that I think he said 70% of the Pardon My Take audience is still audio based. Which is crazy, by the way, that people are still listening to audio when a lot of what they do is visual and there's more visual components involved in these podcasts. But that doesn't change. You can continue to listen for free to the audio portions. I'll be curious to see if it changes anything from a video perspective, if it lowers the audience numbers, but it does open the door for Pardon My Take, for Spitting Chicklets, for the Ryan Russillo Show. It's going to open more doors with Netflix connections to have bigger guests on the show and all that stuff. But the big question that people say all the time, at what cost? What cost are you willing to do that for?
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens, but we'll figure that out. Happy New Year from ETB this Friday, January 2nd at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Don't miss ETB Small Market Edition, Episode 6. Callan explores the pucks among the palms, a deep dive into how hockey thrives in warm weather markets despite financial hurdles and iron fist leadership. Also, mark your calendars for January 4th, midnight Eastern time, for the premiere of Benchmarks.
Yeah. Finally, we made it.
Where we visit Magic Johnson's life-changing HIV announcement, wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeart, which we just talked about. Benchmarks is a fun project we've been working on. We are already set up all the way through April. With
You can believe that after 18 episodes.
So we have a lot of episodes. You voice a bunch. I voice a bunch. Tom has voiced a bunch. Zan did a whole series on Michael Jordan. Dino, who's going to be part of ETB Lounge. I'm waiting for you to give me the intro for the other one. But
oh my goodness, Cal, I wish he was, but no, he's not. Believe me, that would be great though if he did that. That would honestly be incredible if we could get him on a show. But no,
that would break the internet if we
that would break the internet. But no, Cal, it's a audio form podcast about when he announced he had HIV.
So these are all like historical look backs, and I think the plan is to do some more recent stories when those come up too. Like,
yes.
So, but a lot of historical stuff. Like I did one on the NBA China relationship with, if I remember where that sound is.
Oh, yeah.
Is a liar.
So we talk about how Daryl Morey basically destroyed the NBA relationship with China. Also, I do the "Who do you think you are? I am" with Pete Weber in bowling, which was one of the biggest viral moments for a very long time. Actually, Pete Weber did a segment with Barstool where they went to a bowling alley, and that was cool getting to see him.
Who do you think you are? I am.
Exactly. So there's a bunch of episodes. By the way, Christy, who's in the chat, is going to do some of our WWE ones coming up soon. I think Jack and Zan and Tom are also going to do some UFC, MMA. We have the ear biting incident, which people remember, with Mike Tyson. That's an episode we have on the docket coming up soon. So don't miss Benchmarks. Don't miss Small Market Edition. We are still working through the holidays. So believe it or not, Callan was shocked, but I actually got out of this office for a day or two during Christmas to actually enjoy the holiday, which
it's a miracle.
Because I don't think that happens.
It does not.
As Christy said, just waiting for my scripts.
Oh yeah, those are coming.
But yeah, enjoy those shows. Those are audio only shows, which we did discuss a possible video component down the road. Probably not for Small Market because that one will probably be harder. But I could see Benchmarks having some video components.
So. Yeah, Small Market will be hard though because I bounce around from so many different things. As Nick knows me, we've gone from my announcing career in minor league hockey. We've gone to why I don't watch the NFL because the Chargers left. We've gone to the Clippers being cursed. They play in a big market. We've gone to, what else? We've done that. We've done.
You have the hockey one coming up.
Yeah, we have the hockey one coming up. One about me and one of my friends who works in the NBA. How we got connected via the social media a social media hashtag. When people say, "Oh, it's bad for you. Don't use social media."
No.
The look back at Matt Bush's career when he was here playing locally. We've got this new one coming out. We got one about the Sacramento Kings getting their new arena coming up in episode 7. We've got one about some NHL relocation and from the 90s in episode 8. We've got a lot of great things coming though. But yeah, it would be tough though for Small Market though because we go so many different directions on that podcast. It's
because it has to be produced a certain way with different parts.
Yes.
So also, I mean, just to go back to Benchmarks, we have the 89 World Series. Or
89 World Series earthquake, 10-cent beer night in Cleveland for the Indians and Rangers. We've got.
if you love awkward promotions, 10-cent beer night is a good one.
I mean, if you just love like revisiting stories that you probably, like us, you weren't alive for, like, I knew about the 89 quake because I obviously have lived in California my whole
Billions
life.
of dollars in damage.
Yeah, I mean, billions of dollars in damage. What else do we have? Nick did one too about Ryan Lochte's fall from grace during the Rio Olympics in 2016. So
that one was fun.
So yeah, trust me, folks. Just again, subscribe. You can find it now on your podcast feeds. Right now, again, we dropped the episode on Sunday night, so it's there for you. Look for benchmarks on your podcast app.
January 4th, midnight Eastern. Don't miss it. And we'll talk about. And we have some other stuff we'll talk about Lounge later, which is, believe it or not, soon.
It's next Monday. I can't believe it. It's finally here. Let's get back to the show.
Yeah. So DK Metcalf. Well, we got to alter this. So DK Metcalf's $45 million fan altercation. The NFL officially upheld the 2-game suspension for Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf after he threw a punch at Detroit Lions fan earlier this month. Now, there is some controversy on how that whole story went down.
Yeah.
I'm not going to read the second paragraph because that talks about the contract being voided. But basically what was supposed to happen was if he were to miss a game for any reason, not emergency reasons, but if he did something stupid, his $45 million guarantee could get voided. That was an escalator in his contract. This fan, which supposedly has given him a lot of shit in the past, and NFL security did not do anything, which I still don't understand. If they know that this fan is a complete asshat, why did they not go after him knowing that he was going to go after DK Metcalf? But this represents one of the largest single incident financial losses. Well, it's really not a loss for an active player in NFL history, serving as a brutal reminder of morality clauses embedded in modern mega contracts. Does a $45 million penalty for a single emotional outburst at a fan finally set a boundary that players will respect, or is the voiding of guarantees too extreme a punishment for a non-felony incident?
No, it's not going to deter him, Nick, because, it's not. I saw the video, and I mean, it was a little sickening that a pro athlete would do that. However, to your point, though, how does the NFL security not intervene with this nut job who apparently has harassed Metcalf wherever he's gone? Seattle, now to Pittsburgh. Like, that's the part I don't understand, though. Like, it's one thing to heckle, Nick, and we always love quoting Happy Gilmore 1. You suck, you jackass. That's, that's one thing to be a heckler. But I think, though, what I also maybe had heard, though, was that, hey, it was getting a little bit, sensitive, though, when it came to, this and that, things we don't really, things we don't talk about, though, where it got, in the words of Michael Jordan, it got personal. And that's when DK stepped in and, clobbered the dude in the face. But I also think, though, Nick, it's a collective letdown. And I agree with Christy. There are stupid fans out there who get off on harassing pro athletes. And I think, Nick, the best example, and I'm going to say it, has been Brittany Griner since she came back from Russia. Even before she went to Russia, she would always be harassed at airports by right-wing leaning media corporations or people who would stick cameras in her face. And, we talked a bit extensively too last week about how WWE performers have been harassed too at airports by fans who want them to sign autographs and then sell them on eBay within the next 10 minutes.
See, this is the whole balancing act of being a public figure.
Yes.
Where is the line drawn? This case, the fan had a history of going after Metcalf. So to suspend him 2 games, or to at least not understand, first of all, they didn't see it during the game. What does that tell you?
If memory serves me correct, didn't they come back from a commercial break? And Jim Nantz and Tony Romo went down to Tracy Wolfson, and Tracy broke the story or said, here's what happened. And they got they found the replay. And Jim and Tony are like, what the heck just happened? Like, they were stunned. Like, they didn't know how to react to it.
But I'm saying the officiating didn't even see it. What does that tell you? Like, because if the officiating had saw that, that would have been an unsportsmanlike conduct. I'm just saying that now. But
do you think if the refs saw that, they would have thrown him out of the game too?
No. Oh, Cal makes a good point. DK is a former Seahawk, so I feel bad for him. The fans should be banned from all stadiums, not DK. So he didn't get banned, but he just got suspended for 2 games. I know what Cal means. But yeah, the fans should be banned from the stadiums because, first of all, in typical fashion, he went out on social media and tried to take all the attention from it, like rather than
soak up the moment basically. But though, Nick, now that you brought that up, though, let's go to the other side of the spectrum. You say ban him from all the stadiums, but again, as you long said, what will deter? How can that be enforced though? When again, all he has to do is just get someone to buy him a ticket, and he can come into a game.
Did the fan get any consequences?
I don't think so.
No, he did not.
Just 50 minutes of fame on social media is all he got, Cal.
Not just 15 minutes. He was
maybe 15 hours or 15 days. I don't know.
Like he was all over it. And then I think he was tried to do a press conference after the game and tried to get a lawyer involved, saying that he racist and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, stop.
Be quiet, dude.
And during the game, he was wearing blue hair. If you saw that weird confetti hair.
So essentially he went in dressed as a Lions fan to just go and harass DK Metcalf during the game.
Correct. And again, am I condoning the behavior of DK Metcalf?
Not. I think the behavior is the behavior of the fan is absolutely reprehensible, but it still does not give a pro athlete like Metcalf the right to go and punch his lights out.
Now, I don't think he whacked him to death. He didn't he just kind of went with his. It was an open hand,
like an open fist. It
wasn't even a fist. It was an open hand.
It was like a bitch slap, basically.
And the hair moved more than his head. For crying out loud! It almost looked like because he was sitting in the front row of the side stands where the players are on the sideline.
Yes,
it's almost like he was waiting for DK to come there and to harass him. That's what it looked like to me. But again, as a player, as a public figure, you can't put hands because as soon as you put hands, how many cameras are going to catch you doing that?
Lawsuit.
I think he tried to sue also. But of course, we're not going to look at the prior part of that situation saying, oh, there's a history between this guy and DK Metcalf. And I'm trying to look it up to see if there's any other.
Christy says it felt like it was a setup to her. Interesting.
Yeah, but I don't think a player would be behind that. You're saying,
no.
Christy, are you saying from the standpoint of the fan that was a setup? Maybe because I read that he was a comedian. Partially, that's what I was reading.
And then Cal says that the fan denied using racial slurs. Where again, Nick, like I said, there's that thing, that pops up. You go down that rabbit hole, then maybe you deserve to get, you deserve it. But still,
How do you know Cal? And I'm not blaming Cal, but I'm saying, how do you know Cal that he's just saying that to get out of whatever situation he's trying to get out of? So and I'm not saying whether it's true or not. I don't know. We weren't there. Unless the only ones who would really know is the fans standing around.
Anybody within the immediate area of the stadium would know what actually happened.
And I noticed Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson who do Nightcap, they were saying they're blaming the NFL for failing to protect DK Metcalf from the fan abuse. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm looking at a picture of it here because some people are posting it.
Ah, interesting. Cal says a article states that must be from his attorneys.
Yeah, because he's looking for 5 minutes of fame. That's why. But I see a picture here. He's actually tugging on the hair. It was never a
slap or a punch.
Because it's almost like he's trying to get him in his face to say, stop doing this stuff to me. So
now I will say before we move on here to close out hour one to get to our last story for the first hour, if he pulls that fan over the railing onto the field, then there's a massive mess on the hands of Metcalf, the Steelers, and the Lions, and the stadium, and the league.
First of all, the guy is leaning over the stands. So could Christie be right, partially, that there could have been some setup issue going on here?
Maybe.
But, again, I'm not willing to say that on the record-wise because I don't know.
Right.
But, this is a tough one. I really don't know. I don't know. And apparently, according to Jay Glazer, DK Metcalf filed a complaint last year about this.
So, again, why are we batting an eye to this if you're the NFL? As we have kind of said, though, Nick, player and fan relations probably, and Dino will probably, Nick, highlight this better in benchmarks, I believe, in April, where he talked about how sports betting, as we, to go back to segment 1, all we heard about was, better, like bettingtainment or bettertainment, basically, how much of that has, maybe played a role. Hey, Metcalf blew my parlay because he didn't catch the ball, or
the White Sox player we talked about.
Yeah, the White
Sox.
Sox.
Arizona. Which one was it?
I forget now.
What did Cal say? I don't think DK should have gotten fined. So, Cal, just to confirm, I don't think the Steelers are fining him, or we got a breaking news story we got to get to after this too.
Oh, boy.
But he didn't get fined. He got suspended. I don't think he should have been suspended either, because again, you need to take the historical significances into effect when it comes to what the fan was doing and having a history. There are reports out there that supposedly this Lions fan has a history of calling DK Metcalf the N-word also.
Or again, where is security? Especially, too, like I said, especially, Nick, if the player is even filing complaints, this guy is, writing me for all the wrong reasons when it comes to, stuff not involving the game. Why is no one, stepping up to help him out? And yes, by the way, Nick, to clarify, yes, Cattell Marte had the same thing happen in Chicago against the White Sox, where someone made fun of his dead mother, as Cal pointed out here.
And I think it had to do with betting, didn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah,
but he got screamed at and taunted during a game. But in the meantime, what do we got?
I put a banner down on the very bottom, if you could throw that up there. So according to, I want to make sure I get this right. So actually, this is directly from Marcus Freeman, and Marcus Freeman commits to Notre Dame through 2031.
Interesting.
So there was rumors out there that there was a lot of NFL speculation going on currently, but yes, it has been officially confirmed that Marcus Freeman will be back for 2026, and it looks like he is signing a restructured contract that extends through 2031 with Notre Dame. So I'm not surprised. Notre Dame has been pretty good, even though they got ousted from the playoffs due to the stupid ranking system. But are you surprised by this? I'm kind of not. You're muted, Callan.
I think I heard an undercurrent that there was talk of him maybe going to Tennessee, I think, and there were like 4 other candidates. I'm not surprised. I think Marcus has done a great job to kind of bring Notre Dame back to respect, away from the fact they opted out of a bowl game because they felt snubbed from the CFP. I think, though, it's warranted, though. I think that's a 6-year extension he got, basically.
Well, 5, I guess, technically, heading into 26. But yeah, so it looks like they restructured his contract through 2031, placing him among the top paid college coaches. I'm trying to try to find more information on it. But yeah, so he's not going anywhere.
Interesting.
I'm just trying to see if I can find any more last minute information, because this just like broke out of the blue. The Giants were in on him, apparently. The Raiders apparently were in on him. So that's kind of the situation. All right, let's
get to hour 2 now, Nick. And this one we have kind of in a way talked about for quite a while, and it's not a surprise, though, that the NBA Christmas Day schedule would open up with Charles Barkley calling the NFL the Grinch. But Charles Barkley took a massive swing at the NFL on Christmas Day, criticizing the NFL's decision to schedule a full slate of games on Christmas Day. Now, Barkley, in a way, argued that the NFL is now infringing upon what was traditionally an NBA game day, but also the NBA's biggest day. But perhaps, though, more hypocritically, and importantly, taking players and staff away from their families on the holiday. But, Nick, as Netflix streamed the games live, Barkley called the move greedy and suggested the NFL does not need to own every single day on the calendar. But, Nick, as the NFL continues to expand into Christmas, Black Friday, now even Wednesday Night Football, is there a risk, though, of NFL fatigue, or is Barkley just frustrated, though, that the NBA is losing its hold on the Christmas Day or holiday sports landscape? But, again, as we said, though, this is partially hypocritical in a way, though, too.
So this is the thanks I get for working overtime.
That's what I think of the NFL right now. Like, they're just greedy as you know what, because they just want to take over every holiday. Let's intrude on the NBA. Let's intrude on soccer. Let's intrude on hockey. Let's intrude on baseball. They just want to intrude on everybody. I think Charles is right, but at the same time, do you remember what I said to you the other night? That he's complaining because this is taking away the NFL employees from their families. Charles, what are you doing on Christmas Day?
That's why I said it became borderline hypocritical.
Like, come on, man. Like, I get where you're coming from. Totally. And I think Charles has a lot that he's right about, that basically the NFL is the Grinch because they just want to intrude on every other sport until they take over the entire calendar. I mean, the joke is that the NFL is what? 24/7 by 365 now?
It is.
It feels like, because remember there used to be a break when the Super Bowl would end and you wouldn't hear anything until around the NFL draft in April. Now the offseason has expanded. Yes, Charles, he is correct. That's not even a question. But the NFL is now taking over the landscape. Now, NFL makes the most money in the most markets. I hate to say it, but it's true. But stop intruding on everybody's sports. Like, there's other sports in this world to watch. Like,
I mean, you're not telling me anything new, Nick, because I have not watched a single NFL game in its entirety since the Chargers left San Diego, as you know very well, and I've made publicly known very well with Substack articles and a full 20-minute podcast, yelling my brains out about why I don't care about the sport. It's because of stuff like this, though, Nick, where, again, now we have to infringe upon Black Friday to capture lightning in a bottle after Thanksgiving Day. We now have to intrude upon Christmas regardless of what day of the calendar it's on. Thursday, Sunday, Monday is understandable, but not, though, like last season where it was on a Wednesday. New Year's Day's one thing. New Year's Eve's one thing. And then, like you said, though, Nick, the NFL machine now is 24/7, 365, where I have long believed, though, and again, people can call me out if they want. I don't really give a crap. That football fatigue is an actual thing because I think you all get so burnt out, over the course of the season, especially I think right now, though, we're week 17, okay, week 18. Now we got to get through the playoffs. Now we got to wait a whole week for the Pro Bowl to be played. And then, okay, Super Bowl's here. Let's go, and then after the Super Bowl, you got more NFL stuff to talk about because now you have to worry about the draft in 2 months.
Why do you think I purposely schedule in a week off after the Super Bowl? Like, because there's no need. First of all, what are you talking about after the Super Bowl is over? Like, we do the post-mortem show because that's the joke that we say that the season is over. And then we take a week off. But now that NFL is such a big thing, like Gridiron Gurus is now a year-long show because of NFL content. Like, ooh. And I'm not saying that because it's something I absolutely begged for, but we have to because NFL is now around the clock, and it makes sense to have an NFL show around the clock when it comes to doing this content. But Charles is right for the standpoint of that the NFL's got to stop intruding on everything. I don't care if you make 16 billion, 17 billion. So what? You're going to intrude on another holiday because you have to make another 2 billion or 3 billion? You make enough money. Stop.
Oh, right. Anyone can make as much money as they want.
No, I don't care.
By the way, we got 82 people watching across our social platforms. So thank you all very much for spending part of your morning or early afternoon, wherever you might be. First, Nick, I want to go back to Cal's first comment, though, where he said, no NFL on New Year's Eve or day. Might as well add to it, though. I think, Nick, though, the NFL is actually smart. You don't want to infringe upon, those 2 days, despite the fact where they're at right now, because of the CFP, because you got the 4 biggest games of the year as part of the New Year's 6.
I hate to say this, but I think this is where that road is heading, though. I think eventually.
I think so.
And by the way, everyone says, oh, college football playoff will win.
Nah, no way.
If the NFL ends up on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, and they would have the perfect excuse, depending on if it's Thursday or if it's
Thursday, Saturday, or Sunday, even Monday.
I will tell you right now, the NFL will kick college football's ass to the curb if they end up playing on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day.
I mean, just in perspective, I'm going to be going to a watch party for the Rose Bowl because my boss with the Gulls, his wife went to Indiana, so they're going to be throwing a huge, event at their place. So I'm going to go and play with the kids and play street hockey while that's going on. But I agree, though, that, Cal's right, though. Right now there's no, NFL, but give it a couple of years. And then to what Nick wanted to put up, though, football on Saturday, my Seahawks play Saturday. Why?
It has to do with because they no longer have Thursday night football, because it has to end at some point because of the way the formatting scheduling is done. So they have to move it to Saturday and Sunday because that allows them to make more windows out of.
Do we really care about the update to the NBA All-Star voting by chance?
What is it?
Luka and Giannis are the number one leading vote getters right now for the upcoming game at Intuit Dome in Inglewood, California.
I wish they would stop messing with the format. That's the thing
That's a whole different can of worms, sadly.
But long story short, why is the football on Saturday? Because they as you get to the end of the season, they pick windows for games. Think about what's coming up. Tampa and Carolina and San Francisco and Seattle. They did that on purpose, knowing that those two games are for the division on Saturday. I think it's like 4:30 and 8:30 or something.
Sounds about right. And I think that I think that they actually put Baltimore Pittsburgh into the SNF window 4:00 Sunday on NBC for the AFC North Division title too.
Yeah, it's like 8:15 or 8:20 Eastern on Sunday night. That's not a surprise because it's Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, and will Lamar play? Who the hell knows?
Cortisone shot, baby.
They don't have DK Metcalf because he's suspended, which that's where I think the NFL got it wrong, knowing that they jeopardized Pittsburgh because of a stupid fan. Now they're jeopardizing their product, which they care so much about.
To get back on track, though, I think Chuck is right, though. I think he's like 95% right. The 5%, though, is the whole thing about, the family and stuff, where, again, you're at the desk working from 9 a.m. Pacific time.
They work from noon to midnight all day on Christmas Day
with 5 games on the schedule. So that's a bit, him and LeBron were both hypocritical when it came to about, the Christmas coverage or the Christmas Day scheduling.
LeBron's comment was stupid.
But
I'd rather be at the couch.
But Chuck is right, though, that the NFL needs to learn to stay in their lane. Simple as that.
Yeah, well, they're not going to stop. I'm telling you, mark it when we come back this time next year for holiday stuff for next year. I think we're going to get an announcement that there's going to be games on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day at some point. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't see how that would be. Nick, we're also going to look through some of the biggest stories of the year, though, throughout the next couple of hours, though, too, obviously. And, of course, the first one that comes to mind, of course, Nick, the WNBA CBA basically loomed over a great 2025 season, despite this past year being the most successful season in WNBA history. In terms of revenue and viewership, the shadow of labor unrest looms large, with FOS reporting that the WNBPA's decision to opt out of the current CBA has added a tense environment. Players are now demanding a massive increase in revenue sharing, better travel conditions, and retirement benefits, with the league valuation soaring thanks to the Caitlin Clark effect. The players now believe the old sustainability excuses are now no longer valid, from Kathy Engelbert and from the league front office. Nick, if the W and the union cannot reach a deal by the end of next year, more importantly, January 9th, will the league's record-breaking momentum be permanently damaged by a lockout just as it finally hit the mainstream? Absolutely, Nick. I will die on that hill that I have long believed since I've joined ETB back when I came here in April. If this league goes on strike or they lock out, every single positive talking point where this league finally has people supporting the league, going to games, not calling it an afterthought, get back in the kitchen, give me $5. I'd rather have that than the team win the championship. Then all that goes out the window and onto the street, and he can basically put it in the dumpster and light it on fire.
I mean,
Clown show, clown show, clown show, clown show.
I mean, this whole situation. Now, let's be clear. The players have been fighting they've been walking uphill, essentially.
Massively.
And they continue to walk forward, but they're not making any progress walking forward when it comes to this CBA negotiation. Kathy Engelbert has been one of the worst commissioners in the history of professional sports. We're going to get
something, by the way, too.
Like that's over. What am I forgetting? NHL commissioner.
That's including Bettman, Garber, Goodell, Manfred, and Adam Silver.
Don't get me wrong; all those guys have their faults too. Let's be clear about that.
Nothing is bad though, Nick, as we've seen though when it's come to player unrest like this in the W.
I mean, if you're not careful, the WNBA players are going to be saying this to Kathy Engelbert. They're going to break her legs if they're not careful. I mean, because of the way the situation is going. But this whole situation has been a nightmare when it comes to the WNBA lockout. Christie said a lockout would result in certain talking heads who said that the W sucked, saying, I told you so. Yes. I don't know. If the WNBA and the union cannot reach a deal by the end of next year, will the league's record-breaking momentum be permanently damaged? Yeah, absolutely it will be. They're going to be completely damaged as a league because of what I said with all the competitor leagues. Oh, sorry, I said the secret word that Kathy Engelbert doesn't like, competition. But Unrivaled, what's the other one?
Athletes Unlimited, Project B,
Athletes Unlimited. They're already taking your players. Come on, Kathy. Are you really going to be blind to this situation when it comes to money and power and the business of the sport? You sign deals before you know if you're not going to be in a lockout.
Nick, I remember very well. And yeah, Christie's right, though, that all the goodwill the league was building would be gone in an instant.
It's already
yeah, it's already gone. Because, Nick, I think back, though, to the night where I was at work and the news had come out that Nafisa Collier had used her exit interview after the Lynx got knocked out by Phoenix to just go and berate, annihilate Kathy Engelbert and basically put her in the grave with just a prepared statement that went like 4 minutes long. And I remember, like, we were talking via Slack. We got to get on the air when I get home. We have to get on the air when we get home because this is a massive, massive bombshell. And we did that, first Code Red episode because we were stunned that we would hear any player, any league, any, whatever, go that scorched earth, as we said on that show, at the commissioner.
Except for Bryce Harper against Rob Manfred. That's the only other one I can think of. But Nafisa's was public, like really public.
Yeah, because we didn't really hear Harper's accounts like we heard Fee.
We heard the reports.
Yeah.
We heard the reports of Bryce Harper that supposedly he was swinging bats in the clubhouse, which I don't know how that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think it was a bit overly dramatic, but okay.
But Nafisa was actually doing her exit. First of all, I didn't know exit interviews were done publicly in the media. I didn't know that. But Nafisa let it be known that, hey, we're not taking shit from you as a commissioner anymore. Pay us or we're walking out.
Where again, though, we both, mainly you were like, well, is that conflict of interest, though, that a WNBPA VP who also happens to run Unrivaled would be allowed to say those kind of things about the commissioner's office?
And I still stand on that front because I get it. You're fighting for a league that you've been in. How long has she been in the W for? Approximately.
I mean, I would probably say like the last 8 years, maybe. That might be pushing it.
I'm looking that up. She started 2019.
Okay, so
7 years.
Okay, I was close.
So I get why she's fighting for the league, but at the same time, you're fighting for, or you're getting in the middle of the power struggle, but you are an owner in a competitor league in Unrivaled. So I don't know which side to put you on in this discussion.
It's like a rock in a hard place. And again, folks, we are anticipating that we'll actually have the lockout special on January 9th. If in fact they don't, again, move the proverbial goalposts further down the fields of play.
Hey, this should get promoted like crazy.
I mean, because we were like literally on the doorstep of the lockout hitting.
p.m. Eastern when that news came out.
Half an hour before we went on the air, they've 30-day extension. Like, you guys are idiots. Stop it.
And by the way, think about the date again. January 9th, 4 days into the Unrivaled season. Come on, Kathy. You don't think we're catching on to you that you did that on purpose, knowing that the players are going to be at Unrivaled? Like, I don't know anything else about Project B or any of that stuff. I don't know if those dates were announced yet, but the
Nothing
money
yet.
announced. You don't think that was strategically done on purpose by Project B and Players Unlimited, that what they're paying because they know the W is not going to pay them?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We got about roughly 10 days, roughly, if not more, until we may have the lockout. We'll see what actually comes out of it, though.
And no one's going to work through New Year's, so just take that into account. So the next couple of days, you're going to hear nothing.
Exactly.
So that means what? You'll probably have a week, or they'll have a week approximately before the lockout comes up again.
They'll have 8 days to figure it out.
It's not happening. Come on, it's not happening.
Not happening. All right, Nick, to the NBA. The NBA has spent much of this year testing new mechanisms to discourage tanking for top draft picks. Ideas have been floated around by the Board of Governors, including a weighted lottery system that would penalize teams for consecutive years in the bottom 3 and even a tournament style for the number 1 overall pick, as teams like the Wizards and Nets and Pelicans also sit their stars late in the season to improve their draft odds. Commissioner Adam Silver remains under pressure from broadcast partners to ensure that the product remains competitive for all 82 games, despite what teams' records might say. But, Nick, we have thought about this, though, long and hard over the past couple of days. Is there any true, real fix for tanking that does not involve a radical restructuring of the draft entirely, or must the NBA simply accept the fact that it's losing, that losing is now a new viable tactic and strategic tool in a salary-capped league?
That's what I think about this whole situation. I mean, there's no way to stop tanking. Okay, there's no perfect formula to stop tanking, whether it's the NFL or the NBA, because there's been a lot of controversy about the NFL tanking with the tank bowl between the Giants and the Raiders. That, by the way, the Giants are stupid because they completely annihilated the Raiders and basically defeated their chances of being the number 1 overall pick. I digress. But my point is, in the NBA with the lottery system, people complain about the lottery system, okay? And whether that should determine it, or records directly should determine what is going on for who the worst team is. Unless you're going to physically put NBA people, NBA employees, or NBA officials in the building, you're not going to stop tanking. It's just not going to stop. There is... Okay.
Nick, we have a bit of a developing story from the Indy Star involving courtesy of writer Noe Padilla of the Indianapolis Star. He writes that within the last 40 minutes that the Fox Corporation is now hoping to move the lawsuit involving Mark Sanchez to federal court.
What? Wait a minute. What?
The Fox Corporation is hoping to move a lawsuit in connection with the assault involving sports analyst Mark Sanchez in downtown Indianapolis from state court to federal court, and is arguing that the court should disregard Hughes Culinary's addition to the case. In part, Noe further writes that on October 4th of 2025, Perry Tolley was working the late shift collecting cooking oil from an Indianapolis hotel when police say Sanchez confronted him and attacked him in a nearby loading dock. Sanchez allegedly attacked Tolley in a alleyway before he was stabbed in self-defense, according to court documentation. Tolley was 69 years old at the time of the assault and the attack. He then filed a case for civil damages in the Marion Superior County Court. On the same day, the Marion County Prosecutor's Office upgraded Sanchez's case to a felony charge against the former NFL quarterback. In the initial complaint against the Fox Corporation and Sanchez in connection with the assault, Tolley hoped to receive an unknown amount of money of compensation and punitive damages. Tolley later amended the lawsuit to include the restaurant as a defendant, arguing that Sanchez was overserved alcohol while at the establishment before he was set to work for Fox. Furthermore, before Christmas, lawyers for Fox argued that the case should be elevated to a hearing by the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Indiana, since 3 of the 4 parties associated with the case all reside in different states, and the damages are estimated to be $75,000 or more. One issue that arises from Fox's legal team's argument is that both Tolley and the restaurant both reside in Indiana, which would disqualify this case from being heard at a federal level. Fox's legal team addresses this discrepancy by arguing that a judge should disregard the restaurant's citizenship because it was fraudulently joined in this action per the lawsuit. Indy Star reached out to the legal team for the victim of Sanchez's assault for comment, but had not heard back at the time of the writing and publication. Nick, your thoughts?
Number one, wow. I didn't think we would hear this case go to federal court. I thought this would be settled behind the scenes and they would just agree to a financial payment and
some type, yeah.
Call it a day. I never thought this would go to federal court. Holy shit. I mean, he is an idiot. Let's just admit it. Like Mark Sanchez, if he was overserved, that's the first time I've heard that he was overserved. Because I remember when we covered this.
I think when we broke the news, and we'll get back to the NBA tanking argument here in a second. But I don't think that when we broke the story that night with the Nafisa Collier rant against Kathy Engelbert, I don't think we even mentioned that at all, because I don't think it was being reported at that time that he had been overserved whatsoever.
We just knew he was disoriented. We didn't know why. We thought it could have been drugs, could have been alcohol. They just said he was walking around in the middle of the night, and nobody knew.
The day before his assignment for Fox that day for the Colts game.
Right. So, wow. If they're taking this to federal court, then they obviously think there's more issue in this case. So I guess we'll find out more hopefully in the new year.
We'll get back to tanking, but continue. I'll be right back.
But yeah, to get back to the tanking discussion, there's no way to fix this tanking situation whatsoever. You could make rules. Adam Silver could make rules until he's blue in the face. It does not mean that he's ever going to fix the tanking rule. Look what's happening in the NFL. Roger can't figure out tanking issues at all. The Raiders have been one of the shittiest football teams in the league for years. And they continue to tank for first-round picks, and it doesn't get them anywhere. So, tank. I mean, how do you fix it? And I heard Adam Shine talking about it earlier today, that he thinks the NFL shouldn't go to a lottery system. Well, fine. If you don't want a lottery system, how do you stop teams from tanking? How do you stop teams from say, well, we're 0-4, 0-5 to start the season, and we should just destroy our season and call it a day? You can't. That's why. Unless, and I heard people say that, you can freeze your records once you're eliminated from but no, you can't do that either. Because if you freeze records, then you're saying the games essentially don't count. So how do you do that? On the NBA side, I get it why people tank, because some teams are just so bad that they can't climb out. Go ask the Wizards how that's working out. Their team has been abysmal for years, and they can't fix it. The John Wall situation didn't work out. The Gilbert Arenas situation with the guns did not work out. Okay? But the NBA, I don't get how you fix it. Is there any fix for tanking that doesn't involve a radical restructure of the draft? First of all, you're not restructuring the draft. What are you going to do? You're going to control where players go in the draft? That's not your answer. Unless you're just going to make the order of the draft, which, again, that's rigging an NBA draft.
From the groomer.
Uh-oh. Look who made it. He looks like he actually has some energy.
He's back from the groomers. He smells really good, too. Thank you, Petco.
That's not a sponsor placement. Anyway.
Continue.
I don't know how to feel about the NBA draft and tanking and how you fix it. I'm curious to see what people think in the comments. What you think about the NBA draft. By the way, there's 92 people watching currently.
94, the year I was born. I love it.
Oh,
Nick, the NBA, I don't know what they can do, because, you and I have talked, though, Nick, at length, that there's just teams in the NBA that are just set up to fail every year. The Wizards, the Pelicans, the Nets, Sacramento. They're always going to be, sadly, set up for failure.
I mean, Sacramento's finally getting better, but it took a while.
Yeah, and they're still just losing so many close games. I don't know how they cannot just find a way to close out those games where they're like, down late or they're up late. But I still think though that those are the main four that are just like, what can you do? Now, I don't know what you really though, like what the right thing would be.
Unless you're going to rig it. Unless you're going to rig the damn draft and say, well, I want the Wizards to be the number one overall pick because they suck.
Well, I mean, let's also remember, and I'm not sure you brought it up, though, but let's also recount, though, that the NBA even thought about locking draft picks March 1st.
You can't do that.
You have a whole month left. Are you kidding me? Come on. That's bogus.
You can't do that because I said to you when we were prepping this segment that what happens if an actual injury happens to a star and then they completely fall out of the playoff race?
Right. Like they're stuck there. Like,
go after the Bucks. Now, the Bucks are probably going to make the playoffs, but when they didn't have Giannis for all those games, like if a star is out, go ask the Sixers with Joel Embiid, which who the hell knows if he's actually injured or not anymore.
One of my friends one of my colleagues and friends at work, she's a Sixers fan. She despises Joel Embiid because he never can play.
Joel Embiid's a complete disgrace to the game of to the NBA. But
so, by the way, Nick, the bottom four records right now in the NBA: Indiana, Washington, NOLA, Sacramento.
Okay, 3 of those make sense. 1 does not. But yes, Embiid is a bum. Thank you, Christy. That's totally right.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
But 3 of those teams make sense. Okay.
Indiana doesn't because they're without Halliburton because he ripped his Achilles.
Well, not only that, they lost Miles Turner to Milwaukee.
Turner left, exactly.
So I wouldn't say they're tanking. I would just say they're a bad team this year.
They were snake bit by the departures and then by Turner leaving and then by the injury bug.
I don't think they're tanking. I just think they're losing games. Now, New Orleans, they're a bad team. They have a lot of players, but they're a bad team.
Now let me throw this one in real quick here, Nick, and we'll move on to our next topic here because need to move on here. There's a report out right now that the Hawks are listening to offers on Trae Young. They have a 2-game lead right now over the Bucks right now for the final spot in the SoFi play-in tournament.
Jesus.
Why does that move sound like, though, moving off the star player to now lose games for the draft?
First of all, the Trae Young rumors have gone on for 5, 6, 7 years now. Like they keep threatening to trade him and they don't.
And how the hell is the team going to be able to pick up that contract?
That's not the issue. I hate to say it, but that's not the issue. If they want Trae Young real bad, they will find a way. Well, you have to make the salaries work, so you can't just move a contract like it.
Exactly, because
this is not Major League Baseball where you can just pick up a ridiculous contract and throw it away to another team. But
because right now Milwaukee, though they're 6 games under 500, they're only 2 wins behind Atlanta for the final spot in the play-in tournament right now.
And there are more reports out today that Giannis is done and wants to be done with Milwaukee. So they're pretty much done. I don't know. There's no way to fix tanking. There's no one-size-fits-all. If someone could figure out a one-size-fits-all reason to fix tanking, they'd be rich. I'll just say that right now. There's no way, because they keep saying, let's freeze records in March. No, you can't do that.
Why not? If you want to freeze them so bad, freeze them in April, or let alone don't even bother.
You can't freeze records because, again, you're going to screw up historical statistics and records. You just can't do that. If you want to say, let the records all be complete, and then you want to freeze them at a certain point, that's fine. Maybe we can figure that out in some way.
Yeah, I mean.
But to say, maybe it's the winning percentage after teams get eliminated. First of all, you can't determine when teams are officially eliminated. It's not.
They would have to be eliminated for that to actually happen.
And also, teams get eliminated on different days. There's no way to determine that situation.
For example, look at every other sport about when they put up this post. Hey, so and so's been eliminated.
The NFL, hello, everyone gets eliminated on different days. I don't know. There's no way to fix this. There's really no clear-cut way, unless, like I said, you're going to put NBA officials in every arena and say, no tanking today. which you can't prove.
Exactly. All right, Nick, we'll stay in basketball, go back to the WNBA and to women's hoops. But Nike officially launched its new brand anthem for Caitlin Clark, titled From Anywhere. The ad that rolled out over the Christmas Day slate of basketball games features Caitlin hitting her famous logo threes, while being told by celebs like both the Kelsey brothers and rapper Travis Scott that she can't make it from there. The commercial ends with her new logo reveal and a 2026 launch date for her signature shoe, marking the most significant marketing push for a female athlete in Nike's history, signaling that they view her as a global category one-of-one talent. Nick, by putting Caitlin, though, as a peer to athletes like LeBron and Michael Jordan in their marketing, has Nike effectively crowned her as the most marketable athlete, male or female, in the world right now as we enter 2026? I think so.
Okay. You said it in a specific way, which makes sense. Right now,
yes,
she is probably the most marketed female athlete, or any athlete right now,
I think
period.
so.
If this were a different tense and it said all time, I would say no.
Yeah, no way. No.
Michael Jordan will always be the most marketed athlete of all time. Heck, the Jordan brand lives on to this day. And heck, made a deal with Nike for what, $1 billion brand. I mean,
Yes.
like, the Jordan brand will live on as the biggest all time marketing play of all time. Can Caitlin Clark one day be that? Sure. Will she be? I have no idea. She would have to have a storied career and win a bunch of titles with the Fever, or wherever she ends up. Who knows if she stays with the Fever for her whole career? But
I mean, with how they got to within a game of the finals last year, despite not having half the team. I mean
with Sophie and then who's the other one?
Lexi Hull, Aaliyah Boston.
If you put that team back together, that could be the next New York Liberty, in my opinion. Or imagine she went to the New York Liberty.
Oh, baby. Boy. Woo.
You want to talk about a super team, right?
Damn,
Can you imagine Caitlin Clark and the bright lights in New York doing everything in New York?
Oh, Barclays would be standing room only, probably.
But I'm talking about from a marketing perspective in New York. Can you imagine?
She'd be on every billboard in Times Square, for God's sakes.
She would be the biggest thing to happen in New York since, like, I don't know, who became a big New York athlete from Stewie when she came to New York.
Stewie. I mean, I would probably say Ewing in 85.
Oh, Christy said CC in New York. Right. That's a good point. When CC Sabathia came to New York, remember how huge that was? Like,
That was. Oh no! Well, she's also saying Caitlin Clark though in New York would be wild. That's what she meant. But yeah, no, Sabathia though too was. I mean, that was huge. But then again, that was Cleveland. Like, yeah, we're poor here. Go in and take them.
By the way, we officially have 100 people watching right now.
Yes.
Holy cow. Thank you, everybody who's watching currently right now.
That's how you close out the year with a bang, by the way. Thanks again, everyone, for being here. We appreciate you. We're here, by the way, till 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern, so please keep hanging out. We appreciate you.
Yeah, subscribe, please. YouTube.com/ETB Network. Subscribe. Yes. And continue to watch. But yeah, this is huge. Yes, this is huge. Like, Caitlin Clark is, yes, follow. But yeah, this is huge. Caitlin Clark will be the biggest marketed athlete for many years to come. And if Kathy doesn't get her fucking act together with the W, she's going to go off to Unrivaled or Project B or
something.
And she's going to be left saying, oops, I didn't finish the job. So, yeah, she's the most marketed athlete right now across the sport.
I mean, every commercial, Nick, and we noticed this too on playback during our WNBA coverage. Every other ad was Caitlin for State Farm, or we had the occasional Gatorade, Nike, State Farm Insurance, and then we had the occasional like Sue Bird and Asia Wilson ads for our favorite company, not a sponsor, CarMax, for example.
Didn't you have Beats also?
Yes. And I'm also like thinking, Nick, as long as I have been a women's sports fan since I was in 8th grade, I don't know though if we have seen this kind of a explosion for a female athlete maybe ever. I mean, we had, I think of like teams like the 99 World Cup team that obviously got America behind watching soccer, but like for like a global brand though, like Nike is, I mean, this could be something really incredible though with how this, because again, they played that ad, they played that ad, I want to say, every game that they had on Christmas Day.
Look, we have a little something else going on here. Where is my?
Uh-oh.
So this is an update on the Notre Dame USC situation that they announced. I think we talked about this last week that they were
not going to renew the rivalry till 2030. They were saying.
So according to On3 Sports, Lincoln Riley commented on the ending of the Notre Dame USC rivalry games. Quote, had Notre Dame lived up to their word and played us anytime, anywhere, we'd be playing them the next 2 years. Yeah, about that. So he's basically calling out Notre Dame.
Well, I mean, that would go to Nick's point about not scheduling non-conference games.
Enough with these non-conference games. No one cares. Oh, you get the Nick D's of the world. The rivalries matter. Let's play the big games. I don't care. I want divisional games because those are the ones that are most important.
That's literally what the American Hockey League does, minus 4 games where you play 2 games at home and 2 games away versus a non-division opponent, and that's it.
Yeah. But to finish this off, yeah, she's the most marketed athlete. It's not even a question. She's going to make a shitload of money before her career is over.
I agree. All right, Nick, we'll get to our next story for hour 2. In the ongoing wars of golf, a shocking twist, though, Brooks Koepka has reportedly left the LIV golf circuit. Now, unlike previous defections, this was not about a better offer from the PGA Tour, where he, of course, left. But Koepka has cited family reasons and a desire to simplify his schedule following a difficult personal year. As the first major pillar of the LIV experiment to walk away, his departure raises massive questions about the long-term viability of the team golf model if its biggest stars are not fully committed, though, to the Saudi Arabia-backed circuit. Nick, though, we kind of are speculative, though, about this, but does Koepka's departure prove that for some athletes, no amount of guaranteed money can replace the prestige and flexibility of the traditional tour? Or is it a unique personal situation, or is it just the fact that LIV is now a dying breed? It's been a dying breed for a long time.
Well, when we originally heard the story, there was reportedly a family situation that was involved in why he left. But then you said it led to somebody else leaving too, right?
There is now talk of Bryson DeChambeau might be leaving LIV.
Anyone who says that this is just a circumstance issue, I don't buy it. Because why would you accept the money in the first place? Oh, well, it's not working anymore, and they're involved with the Saudi Arabia. Stop. This you weren't saying that when the cash register was being punched. I mean, these guys were making hundreds of millions of dollars with LIV. They walked away from the PGA Tour to go play golf with LIV. They didn't care it was backed by Saudi Arabia. They didn't care that it was blood money. They didn't care that the money was politically inaccurate. Right?
Yeah, I remember, Nick, though, being at a bar playing pool with some friends in the afternoon when the first news came out that LIV was forming and that Phil Mickelson was the first guy to jump ship. And obviously, Phil is from San Diego. He played, here at Torrey Pines High. His brother was the longtime golf coach at my university. And Phil is like, a icon here for golf in town. Because, we have the Farmers Insurance Open here every January around MLK weekend, and it's, nice and sunny usually and things like that. And we're the early part of the tour because of the weather on the East Coast for the PGA. And I think that Ben Cruz will probably have a benchmarks episode about this ongoing war because, Nick, if you want to talk about we thought the WNBA stuff was bad, Nick. This has been probably the most slow-paced an utterly stupid war among professional sports that we've seen probably in the last, I'd say, 30, 40, 50 years, maybe, because of how, it's not just, brand versus brand, Nick. It's more like golfer versus golfer. Let's also, Nick, remember here, too, not to exonerate anybody, how the Ryder Cup this past summer was so blown out of proportion because of how guys for Team USA and on Team Europe nearly came to blows several times at the tee
Because of
boxes.
the rules. Yeah.
Rory McIlroy was, popping off at the fans for how they were treating the European players.
Well, and his wife.
Yeah, and his wife. And then how, a lot of this, I think, though, Nick, also stemmed, though, in a way from potentially LIV versus PGA. But again, I could be wrong, though. But this, though, Nick, and I agree with Christy. I would not be surprised, though, Nick, if regardless if it's Koepka saying it's personal, it's this or that, I think, though, that probably, though, and it's a shame, though, that a lot of these guys took these guys so long to get their head out of their ass to see what was going on with LIV. They have no fans that go to these tournaments. The format is screwy. It's not real golf, if you ask me.
It's not real golf.
It's not, because you're playing team versus team like it's, baseball, basketball, whatever. And you've got, away from the cachet, and they got a shit TV deal too with the CW and sometimes Fox to show the game, to show the tournament.
CW deal never worked.
And it never worked, yeah.
But again, I'm going to keep saying it. This is all money. I don't want to hear. Now, if he has a personal family situation, I totally get it. But at the same time, you accepted the money regardless up front when you decided to leave the PGA Tour to go to live. I don't want to hear if he's got a personal family situation, I will totally exonerate him from this situation whatsoever. Yes. But if he's just saying that because he doesn't want to admit that live is not working out, and I got to go jump ship and try to get back on the PGA Tour, which, by the way,
that right there is going to be a whole nother civil war when they eventually try to get back into the tour, because I think, Nick, that's going to be a very big, Devon, get the tables when that happens, because it's going to be this is only going to get worse before it gets better, like I've been saying about the WNBA.
If I'm the PGA Tour, I say F you. You took the money you jumped ship from our tour to go to a Saudi Arabian backed tour, and you took the money from them. Screw you. We're not taking you back.
Yeah, we're not going to.
Why should I take you back? What have you done for me lately, as they say?
As I like to say, what have you done for me lately? I agree 1,000%. All right, Nick, let's move on here now to another off-the-court or off-the-field venture. But former disgraced NBA player Ben Simmons has found his new team. The former NBA star has now officially bought a 50% stake in a professional sports fishing team called the South Florida Sales Angling Club. Simmons, an avid fisherman himself, though, since he was born in Australia, joins a massive growing list, though, of athletes investing in the sport fishing championship, or SFC. The move comes as Simmons continues to navigate an uncertain NBA future, opting to build a business portfolio that aligns with his off-court passions. Nick, is Ben's pivot into professional fishing ownership a savvy move into a underserved lifestyle sport, or a sign, though, that his focus is officially shifted away from returning back to the basketball court in your mind? This is definitely option A.
I mean, I laugh at this because Ben Simmons' NBA career has been an absolute shit show. And now I get it. I did say to you that these guys are investing so that they can have something to back on. I didn't think it would be Ben Simmons investing in a fishing team. Usually it's either esports, or you're seeing like Kevin Durant and James Harden investing in soccer teams. Yes, Simmons is another bum. That's for sure. I should know they tried to trade for him with the Nets, or I shouldn't say try. They did get him, and he was a complete obscene failure. But so what was the option A? Is Simmons pivot into professional fishing ownership a savvy move into an underserved lifestyle, or is it a sign that his focus has absolutely shifted from
all the above?
I mean, it's all the above, but I would take B over A. That he's awful. He can't last in the NBA. No one's going to take a chance on him anymore. How many different teams are going to take a chance on him? And he's just going to be a prima donna. He was at what's the name of that fashion show that happens every year here in New York?
The Met Gala?
Yeah, he was at the gala more dressed up in that than he was caring about the NBA. What does that tell you?
I mean, yeah. And, I mean, if we could think about like all the NBA draft busts, and Ben is definitely one of them, though. But I think back to like Greg Oden, he was, what a guy he was. But then, his knees gave out on him. His back gave out on him because he was so damn tall.
I think now he's coaching.
But though, Ben Simmons, though, Nick, I think he was a unpolished product when he left Kansas after 1 year. That he did not look like he was ready for the NBA. That really, I think, Nick, began the whole trust the process era for the Sixers, though, with him and Embiid. Like, hey, we're going to get these two guys. And it never panned out, though. And then, I think Ben had, like, off-the-court trouble. He had, injury problems, where he wasn't able to stay healthy. And, he got passed around between the G League, I want to say. Then he came back, went to Brooklyn, came to the Clippers before he, kind of in a way retired. But I also think, though, Nick, it's also that point, though, where you're now at the point in your career where your playing days are done. What are you going to do, though, with part B of your life? And that's where I think Simmons is going, though, with the sports fishing landscape. I do recall a little bit, though, watching like the Bass Pro Fishing Championships on ESPN way back in the day.
Yes.
And playing some of the video games on like the old PlayStation 1 or PS2 back in the day.
Yes. Yep.
And I'm not really too big into fishing. I get seasick very easily if I go out to like deep sea fish, for example, here in town.
Me too. Yeah.
And I just think, though, it's kind of, and I hate to say it, though, why waste a half day going out and doing that, basically? And I don't mean that like in a disrespectful, but like for me personally, I could do so much more with like a half day or a full day than being out on a boat, drinking beer, and then puking my brains out when we hit a big choppy wave.
I don't know. I don't like Ben Simmons. I think he's been a headache as an athlete. He's made his money, so he doesn't. Who cares? Let him be. I just don't have any sympathy for him at all anymore.
No, I don't really either. And again, I don't know if it's more of like attitude and ego being a thing or just more like injuries. My thoughts, though, unfinished product, though, coming out of Kansas, one and done, NBA right away, overmatched, not developed properly, injuries, ego, money, you name it. And now he's in sports fishing. Interesting.
It doesn't. I would have said esports or soccer is probably a better investment.
I would have thought so too, but apparently this fishing league is like a startup ordeal.
I mean, I laughed when I said I read the beginning of the headline. I said, "Oh, it's investment." I'm like, "Okay, it's another NBA player." Investment. When I heard fishing team, I was like, "Oh, okay." I guess we'll see what happens.
I'm trying to see who else is like involved though with this. Okay, so here we go. Oh, okay, Nick. The Sport Fishing Championship, or SFC, has seen a diverse group of investors and owners, each bringing their own unique talents and interests to the sport. Here are some notable figures alongside Ben Simmons involved with the Sport Fishing Championship. Scotty Scheffler.
Not surprising. Okay.
The world's #1 golfer and Olympic gold medalist, Scheffler secured ownership of the Texas Lone Star Angling Club with rights territory that includes major Texas cities and coastal markets. Randy Moss.
Okay. The football player, right?
Yes, the NFL legend Randy Moss brings his love for fishing to the SFC, partaking in celebrity fishing tournaments and elevating the sport's visibility. Interesting.
Okay.
Saints running back Alvin Kamara. 5-time Pro Bowler. Kamara has expanded his portfolio and is building on his role as NASCAR's growth and engagement advisor away from his duties playing in the NFL.
Yeah, he's another head case.
Grant Williams.
Why does that name sound familiar?
The Charlotte Hornets star power forward. Williams is part of the SFC's new championship format showcasing offshore fishing's top competitors. Grammy award-winning country singer Brian Kelly is also investing in SFC.
All right.
And Ben Simmons.
I think we get the point. By the way, you guys care about fishing.
No.
I mean, no, it's just because Ben Simmons is such a head case that it just made me laugh. And it makes sense for the end of the year show that we clown on Ben Simmons.
Those, though, are some of the high-profile team owners, though, who have begun, apparently, per Sportico, Nick, as of September of last year, to start investing in this new league.
I mean, this is how esports got started. This is how other stuff, how leagues get involved in action. We'll see what happens in the near future. Speaking of near future, the ETB Lounge is almost here. Callan kicks things off next Monday. Oh my God, next Monday, January 5th.
I can't believe we're saying next Monday. This is insanity.
Next Monday, January 5th at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Then catch Nick DiMartino in the lounge on January 10th, also at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. It's your chance to hang out with the ETB crew in a whole new way. Plus, check out ETB Small Market Edition this Friday and follow our show, Press Row, at Press Row ETB for more. Make sure you follow at the ETB Lounge for more information, including the 2 late night versions, benchmarks, Small Market Edition, and a heck of a lot of other stuff. That account's going to get busy starting.
Very much so.
So make sure you pay attention to all that stuff. Yes, we have 2 versions of the lounge.
You have your sports centric one Monday with me, Christy, Dino, maybe Liam, maybe some other people that I'm getting off the streets to help out. And you get a bit more sports with comedy on Saturdays with Nick and his open mic friends that are going to be joining our family of hosts on Saturday nights.
We're going to have at least 5 or 6 people involved with him in that show in a rotation. So make sure you tune into that. All right.
It's going to be great. It's going to be fun.
I guess we can head into our third hour a little bit early here. So let's talk about the gambling scandals of 2025. Front Office Sports released a year-end report detailing how gambling has permeated and occasionally corrupted the sports world in 2025. From the Terry Rozier DOJ investigation to the NBA's massive October gambling bust involving 34 people, the integrity of the game was tested more this year than ever before. The report highlights the thin line between the league's official betting partnerships and the insider trading of injury information that has become a federal priority. With federal authorities now arresting current players and coaches for gambling-related crimes, has the betting first culture created by the leagues finally backfired in a way that will require government regulation?
Well, let's think back, Nick, and I know Cal's saying that the year isn't over yet. Cal, this is our last show for 2025, so that's why we're kind of recapping the year that was so far throughout the course of our program here today. But, Nick, let's also backtrack a bit, though, and revisit the Cleveland Guardians, Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase, who both also were popped with suspensions, arrests, though, too, for their potential betting on baseball when it came to, first, ball one, strike one, whatever. But, Nick, let's also recount, though, that was one of the more chaotic days in press row history on ETB when the first shot got fired, shots fired, You mean shots fired? Because I say that, Nick, because we had our whole show that morning thrown up into the shredder because that was when Director Patel had broken the news. We have done this, years-long investigation, and we have, been, surveillance, basically. We have arrested these individuals, high-profile players, high-profile coaches in the NBA.
We did a bonus hour, if you remember.
We did a bonus hour, Nick, and we basically stopped our show and just did the whole 3 hours on that news because there was so much news coming out that day, where I applaud Nick Dino Talby, who did 2 episodes for Benchmarks that are coming out, I think, though, in April. But he did back-to-back ones, though, Nick, about where we're at, though, with gambling. And I think that Dino was so great, though, with the scripts that we had given him, because it's like I think I said in the cold open for one of them, now people out there don't care if their team wins or loses. They care about what's on that stupid betting slip that they have at the casino or on their sportsbook app. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, I mean, I think betting, well, you have to remember, when you talk about alcohol or you talk about gambling or you talk about anything that is considered a vice or a addiction.
Yes.
Smoking. People can't control themselves when they don't have that addiction or feeding the addiction in that way. Gambling is that way. With gambling being such an addiction to people that they end up losing their house, losing their family, losing all the money they ever had in their entire life, losing retirement accounts, putting themselves in $50,000 to $100,000 in debt because they can't get help with an addiction problem like gambling. That's part of the issue here. Now, with the gambling scandal perspective, these are professional athletes that have hundreds of millions of dollars, some of them.
And we kind of knew, Nick, about the Rozier situation. And I also, Nick, think back, though, to Jonte Porter. That was I think that was the first big shopping fire was about when the NBA banned him for life from the NBA.
Yeah, but,
Then
he was an idiot. The way
he was an idiot, though, because he was gambling on the NBA, though, while he was with the Raptors and with their G League affiliate, though, the Raptors 905. But then I also recall that there was the minor league baseball scandal broke out too, where there was a player banned though for life, which was a former Padre player named Tucupita Marcano, and a bunch of other minor leaguers trying to make some money while they were in the minor leagues though, but they wasted half their career on doing that. But I think though, Nick, nothing though will probably at this rate as of now top what we have seen though when it came to the NBA again, because again we had our show perfectly in order. And we had to keep having, hearing Patrick go, wee woo, because there was so much news coming out. They just said, F it, screw the rundown. We're going to talk about this for the rest of the show in the afternoon.
We had no choice because there were videos breaking left and right. I think we aired most of Patel's.
We aired Director Patel's commentary, which, by the way, and I remember saying this, Nick, because he made a remark though about people may give us blowback, though, about, how our administration operates things. I'm like, why would they do that, though, when you literally have taken 34 people off the street? So you've broken up mafia-linked crime that is, corrupted basketball games, corrupted poker, as we...
International waters, too.
Yeah, international waters. Like, if there's blowback for that, then people don't really realize what's going on here.
I think people need to separate.
I was just going to say that, separate this case from the whole administration. How about we do that?
Yeah, people need to separate politicking from illegal activity. I think that's what people don't realize, because people are like, oh, well, there's illegal activity, so the big idiot in the White House, it's his fault. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. Like, when a gambling operation or an illegal operation, I mean, heck, not that I really like talking about this, but like, think about all the stuff that's going on overseas that we're fighting right now between Ukraine and Russia and all that stuff. The government has to fight everything the same way. When there's an international crime or an international incident going on, they have to fight everything the same way. This was an international incident which was going on between, what they said, 12 or 13 states in the U.S., the Bahamas, because that's where gambling can be done at 18.
And they said it was like a 5-year probe that they finally got to move in on these people.
Yeah, I think it was 6 years. But yeah, like, and I kept questioning, why were they sitting on this for 6 years knowing lives were being ruined? I mean, and then you had the men in black glasses, or the technology where you could see through the cards, which I felt like I was in a secret agent movie going on here.
Yeah, where's James Bond at?
So
is this Casino Royale or Ocean's 11?
Right. So I don't know. We need to do better as a society to understand the difference between, is it political or is it international crimes?
And more importantly, though, Nick, the question is so right, though. It's we now have been wired in a way, and we were kind of that way, though, when we had the N-word company ending in G, where in a way we became a little bit betting-centric first culture mentality in a way. But now, though, Nick, as I have said, though, and I think Dino said this so well, though, as you'll hear in Benchmarks in a few months, though, because again, we're dropping one episode every Sunday starting next week, is that the wake, though, Nick, I think, of what we have seen when it's come to how there'll be an episode I'm doing, too, comparing Bill Buckner's scrutiny in 86 to where we're at now in society, where now people will use fake accounts to go and jump in the DMs of a player on their team, on their own team, and say, you cost me money. What's your Venmo? I'm going to go kill your family. Like, that's really where we're at now, because they didn't perform well on one given day that ends in the letter Y and twice on Sunday.
First of all, if you, and I think we need to change protocols for this when it happens. If you say something stupid when it comes to threatening a player, then you should go to jail.
Yeah, I absolutely. Where do I sign?
Like, you deserve to, and I'm not talking about like go in and like the SpongeBob joke, okay, now get out. No, like, if you threaten to kill somebody an athlete, or you go after that family, God forbid, like you deserve jail time.
Yeah, that's threatening behavior. Like that's reprehensible. By the way, Cal, we'll talk more about why we don't talk about that particular company a bit later on in hour 4.
Yeah, because we just don't like talking about them anymore.
They're in our Hall of Shame for 2025. We have 10 inductees. We're going to be giving the jackets to for induction day here in about an hour. So stay with us.
Long story short, like these were huge. We had a huge year of gambling scandals when it came to the.
I mean, it was to the point, Nick, too, that one of the other ones I recall, Charlie Baker of the NCAA. No more prop betting during March Madness this past year because all the students were being harassed in a way, though, too, during the course of March Madness.
But wait a minute.
But of course.
They tried to pass it while the MLB gambling scandal was happening.
That news broke about them letting the kids gamble on sports. Broke the same morning.
Yes.
Broke the same morning that the NBA gambling scandal was announced by Akash Patel.
And Callan saw me, like I was ready to like pull my hair out.
And they pivoted like within 20 minutes of the announcement by Patel.
Yeah, you know what? You know what they did when they heard the announcement? That's probably what they did. They're like, oh, we shouldn't put that news out. Like,
well, it may be a wee-woo, Nick, because we're now up to 115 live viewers today.
That's the most we've had in the show since we moved it to across our live social media. Please, we appreciate it. More people come in, subscribe to our YouTube channel. I know it's broken record. YouTube.com/ETV Network. Please help us out by subscribing and continuing to watch. We will be able to maybe we'll do some more bonus streams if we hit those hours faster. You never know.
We'll give you a bonus hour show if you subscribe and if you keep watching.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you're right. I almost pulled my hair out.
Oh, when you and I were like ready to, rip our hair out, rip our shirts off. I mean,
when they announced that they were going to allow these college athletes to gamble when the NBA probe was announced.
And it's funny, Nick, because I went back to re-listen to the last ATB Sports before you and Zan went on the holiday break. And I remember something that Zan said that stuck with me when I fell asleep after I got home from work last night and after we, touched base about today's program and whatnot, because we had to move the show up a few hours because of, our Monday schedule getting back to normal in a way, was Zan Zan had said and pointed out to you that Fernando Mendoza, because you brought up his NIL deal for $2 million. And here Zan said that Fernando had written like a persuasive essay about why college athletes should not have gotten paid.
That was so hypocritical.
Well, yours truly did the same thing when he was in 9th grade. I wrote an article, though, affecting San Diego sports when San Diego State University moved their naming rights from the local cable company, Cox Arena, to Viejas Arena at Aztec Bowl. Viejas is one of the local Native American Indian tribes who make their money off of tribal gaming. And I had written in my persuasive essay with all the numbers and data from the National Board of Gaming and whatnot, you should not be advertising a gambling corporation on a college campus. I don't care if they're of age or not. Now, they try to backtrack and say, well, it's not the casino who's advertising it. It's the Viejas Band of Kumeyaay Indians. I'm like, no, hard stop. If anyone here locally sees that branding, no, they're going to think about the casino in Alpine, not about the Indian tribe. But I wrote that, though, when I was a freshman in high school, Nick. My English teacher, before he went to a new school, he had kept that essay I'd written because it got a perfect score, because it touched every hot topic that had to be addressed about why I felt that way about gambling being advertised on a public college university. I don't care if you're 21 or not, though. You can't be advertising this stuff, though. I don't want to hear that it's the tribe sponsoring. When I think Viejas is a local, I think of the casino. When I go to work at the arena I work at and I have to announce, welcome to Pechanga Arena, San Diego, I think of the Pechanga Casino, not the Pechanga group of Luciano Indians. I think about the casino. So I had written that, and Joe McDonald, who's my English teacher, had kept that for like the next wave of kids that he had about this is how you write persuasive writing to get people on your side, because Callan had the data, had his thoughts, but he also gave data about how, hey, bookies happen, though, on campus with illegal gambling. Point shaving is a big thing, though. Look at these examples, though, in college basketball or college football, what have you. So in a way, it was a very interesting time, though, because here Fernando and I kind of wrote the same sort of thing, though, in a different way, though. But, Nick, this gambling-centric culture, including Westwood One Sports and BetMGM, I mean, we are in a way, Nick, like unleashing hell here at this rate. We are.
Enticing it? I mean,
yeah, we are.
How many more gambling networks do we need? And again, I'm going to say this with a disclaimer. I'm not naive in the fact that eventually we're going to need a legitimate, probably sports betting sponsor to really grow.
Picks, underdog. I don't know.
Right. But I'm just saying I'm not naive to that eventually we are going to need that. But like, how many more gambling networks of content do we need? And look what happened to DraftKings Network. They don't produce content anymore. They now throw the money at shows. The Lebitard show. That's where they throw a lot of their money at. It's no longer. They had the Golics until they went to FanDuel.
Yeah. And again, I think just from my perspective, again, like whenever I think gambling, I only think about I got to go to Vegas because and we won't bring up my state capital, but gambling out here is just so damn hard to do because it's either I say this all the time to both Morgasen and DiMartino when they talk about gambling, and I bring up my home state. It's either you gamble on horse races, you got to play roulette and craps with cards, and you cannot wager on sports in the state because of what Sacramento thinks, and because you got to go to the native reservations to go and give them your money that way, and they're way out east or way up north, and they got great buffets and they got great shopping malls and stuff, but it's a hike and a half to get out there, and basically you're playing a reduced version of those games, and all you can wager out here for sports is horse racing, unless you want to go to Tijuana and go and gamble on sports down there across the border.
Thanks a lot, Governor Newsom.
You'll be your president probably in 3 years anyway.
Oh God, no, don't wish that into existence. But I don't know. We've had so many gambling incidents this year. It's crazy.
And it's only going to get worse. I hate to say it. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anymore. Speaking of gambles,
this is a big gamble here.
Bill Simmons to Netflix, which we've talked about this already, but the Sunday Night Live era begins on January 11th on the Netflix platform. In a first for the streamer, the show will stream live every Sunday night at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, immediately following Sunday Night Football. This Guest the Lines era on Netflix marks a major shift in how video podcasts are consumed, moving away from YouTube and toward a subscription-based live event model. By taking the most popular sports podcast and making it a live Netflix event, is Bill Simmons proving that the future of podcasting is actually just the return of appointment television? No.
Again, why, though, would anyone want to pay out of their pocket to watch a live podcast? Again, I just don't understand the logic here. I don't.
I feel like YouTube did that just fine. Heck, we're streaming to 2 YouTube channels right now, the way we're going. Now, if someone's going to come along and say, I'll offer you the $7 or $8 million or $10 million, then I might have to reconsider that notion.
Believe it or not, Nick, we have more people watching on Twitter right now than we do on YouTube or Twitch. All 116 people right now.
But my point is, like, if someone came to us and said, hey, we'll give you a few $1 million and that'll help grow your network, then I would listen. But that's the only way I would listen. I'm not going to listen unless you're offering a deal that makes sense for both sides in the matter. But how many, I guess essentially you could refer to this also as kind of like the stand-up specials that are now on Netflix and Prime and all those situations. This is another form of doing that. I don't know. It's too much.
It is. I don't really watch Netflix anyway. Like my dad wanted to watch the 2 games on Netflix for the NFL on Christmas Day. I watched the basketball games on my computer and stuff. It's like, I don't want to watch football. I don't care for the sport, like I've said. And I wanted to watch the NBA on Christmas Day, as Chuck said, though. That's our day for the NBA, to shine. But again, okay, maybe the future of podcasting is going to be with video concepts, as we have done here on ETV and other platforms have done in some capacity. But why, though, why though would anyone pay out of their pocket to get a subscription just to watch someone's video podcast? Where again, I'm sure, Nick, it's still going to be coming out in audio form in some way.
Well, yeah, the audio forms are not changing. Those are all going to be free on all these platforms.
Christy really wants Paramount Plus. Let's go.
I mean, that would put us near the NFL and the NBA and all that stuff. But I mean, if anything, I'd want to be on Prime Video. If anything,
I want Peacock
or Peacock. Do that too,
because we can have John Tesh write our theme songs for all of our shows.
Oh man, but I don't know. It's Netflix is taking a huge gamble because people who have Netflix, like you and I, maybe will check it out. I will check it out just because I want to see what the setup is going to be, because we're going to have to talk about it on the show. But are new customers going to say, "Oh, I watched I watched all my podcasts on YouTube on the video side. Darn, I don't have my video anymore. I'm going to go pay Netflix $15 a month or whatever to go watch the videos." I don't think that's going to happen.
Whenever I think of Netflix, I think of movies. I don't think of like podcasts, TV shows, live sports, kind of. But I mean,
well, it's now more live sports.
It's now more live sports, and who knows what the heck they're going to get next. I mean, they have baseball next season.
I mean, you know what it is? That's probably why they're thinking sports podcasts and stuff, because of all the live sports streaming that they're doing now. They're saying, "Oh, if we bring," this is I'm saying from their standpoint, but
yeah.
Maybe they're thinking, "Oh, if we bring the video side of the podcast over there, then you don't have to leave the platform,
right,
to go watch on YouTube," and maybe that keeps their watch time numbers up. Now, I don't know if they count for watch time on Netflix, but maybe that helps their presence of keeping people there.
I agree.
So we'll see what happens there. Ugh, what? What now?
We have a news update from the NBA, Nick, for Underdog Fantasy.
Okay.
Trae Young ruled out Monday night for Atlanta.
He's always hurt. Always hurt.
Or is it we have a trade to announce and he's not going to play because of the trade?
Well, no, because the trade deadline. When is the NBA trade deadline? I can't remember.
February 5th, before the All-Star break.
Okay, but I mean, it's a little early for that, but
I mean, who's not to say, though?
I mean, would I put it out of the realm? No, but how many times have we rumored to see Trae Young? The Hawks are going to trade Trae Young, and it never happens.
Well, he has been ruled out. We'll see where it goes.
Don't mention the Knicks. Just don't mention the Knicks because he doesn't like them.
Trae Young to the Brooklyn Nets.
Oh, God. I mean, that'd be nice, but it's not going to happen.
No, sadly.
By the way, you ready for the awkward story coming up now?
This one is pretty awkward, folks. We'll get to this one now here, and we'll probably spend a little bit of a longer part of the last hour diving more about the show, what's coming up, and then we'll get to our top 10 stories, and of course our first ever 10 inductees for the Press Row Hall of Shame. But Nick, prediction market platform Kalshi has officially severed ties with several high-profile Twitter accounts after they were linked to clickbait anti-Semitic rhetoric. The company, which has become a major player in sports betting adjacent markets, including signing a deal with the Chicago Blackhawks recently, has put out that they have a zero-tolerance policy for hate speech. The move reflects the growing pressure on sports-adjacent brands to vet their influencer partners as the line between social media shitposting and brand representation continues to blur. Nick, as both sports prediction and betting markets and platforms become mainstream, will they be forced to police their affiliate networks even more strictly to avoid the brand safety traps that have long plagued platforms on social media like Twitter/X?
I mean, you and I have seen all the dumb garbage that comes out of these Kalshi accounts and also Polymarket. We can throw Polymarket in there too. We've seen some of these, like, they make up rumors and shit about celebrities and like, and you and I were like, what the fuck is this stuff? And like, I'm surprised some of these celebrities have not sued them. Like,
oh, you just wait. I'm sure it'll happen.
But the anti-Semitic stuff, which I've seen, like, come on, man.
There's no place for that stuff. I don't care what anyone believes. That's just bullshit.
And from what I read in the reports, like they removed affiliation from these accounts, like because remember, like when you become affiliate, they give you that weird square thing on Twitter next to your account or whatever. You really think that's going to stop those accounts?
Oh, of course not.
Like,
absolutely not.
You know what the problem is? People think that once they have influencer brand potential, they can just say whatever the hell they want. That's not how it works, man. Like when we were working with the N-word prediction company, you really think we just started spewing out guard? No, we treated it like a real professional relationship.
Yeah, like you're supposed to do whenever you get into a partnership with something.
Don't say anti-Semitic garbage and expect it to pass by. Like, Polymarket was the worst. Kalshi was bad. Polymarket was worse. I would see so many weird things, and I'd be like, "Why does Twitter allow this?" Oh, because the certain guy in the E word guy in charge doesn't think there's a problem with it. But I don't know. This is Kalshi as a whole. They need to police it. They need to say, "Hey, stop with the anti-Semitic bullcrap and." If you want to work with us.
Yeah, I mean, there's no place for this stuff. Society, sports, business, life, home, work, play, you name it. I mean, I think I mentally checked out of the sports prediction market ever since the deal with our former sponsor went down the drain, and we'll talk about them in the Wall of Shame segment here coming up shortly.
So I just found one from Polymarket 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Just in, it has been revealed that Ilhan Omar's net worth grew from negative $45K in 2019 to $30 million this year, despite her salary being just $174,000 a year. Why are you posting that?
Well, don't these markets let you predict like the weather and like politics news and sports or whatever else?
I get it, but why are you posting this stuff? What, you're trying to make... Or, like, here's another one. It has been revealed the phone number for Minnesota's Sweet Angel Childcare goes directly to the office of Governor Tim Walz. How do you know this stuff?
Yeah, is it factual or is it, as they said, though, is it just shit posting to get content out there and get people riled up for no reason?
Look at some of these. An ounce of silver is now worth more than a barrel of oil. Like, who cares? That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, they're posting all these weird, stupid things. And yes, Polymarket and Kalshi, I'm calling you because I would never... Originally, I had sent messages to them because I was curious to see what they were about. I won't work with you idiots because you post dumb shit. You post things that are dangerous in a social media society. And by the way, that they posted one about Minnesota Somali fraud. It's been seen 19 million times.
Ouch.
So obviously, in the business, that's called influence.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Polymarket account is followed.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Go outside.
Yes. But Polymarket is followed by 877,000 people. So when they post stupid things like this, they're going to be seen by... And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to offend people, by clueless people who think everything they see on social media is real.
Yes.
So that's the problem with the Polymarket. That's the problem with the Kalshi.
And to Christy's point, again, some people need to go outside and touch the grass.
Because they believe everything they see on social media. This is the problem. People were getting mad at Twitter because when they put out those what do they call it when they have to say something's not real? What's that thing?
The fact checking or the disclaimer?
The disclaimer. They have to, because some of this stuff is being seen by large accounts and people are believing it. Now, I don't know what that says about us as a society sometimes, but
we've gotten dumber, that's for sure.
So, like, when people say, "Oh my God, is that real?" And I'm like,
and sadly, and I don't mean to use it as a crutch or an excuse, but I think sadly, Nick, a lot of the reason I think why for that, look at what happened when we were stuck at home during COVID.
Well, that was even worse. There's more scams while we were sitting at home. The amount of phone calls we get. Like, I just did a quick search on Kalshi because I'm just curious to see if they post certain things. See, Kalshi posts more about sports odds. Like they give you percentages on markets and all that stuff. Oh, look, here we go. December 27th, Kalshi. 69% chance Tim Walsh is charged with a federal crime. Who cares? That's not your job. You're a prediction market.
Oh, my God.
But I guess Kalshi is allowing you to bet on a prediction market to say, will Tim Walsh be charged with federal crime? First of all, what kind of gambling degenerate do you have to be that you're gambling on someone's life being ruined and being charged with a federal crime?
Yeah, what evidence do you have about that? Give me a break.
Also, here's the problem with something like that. That could be a complete scam because they could say, oh, well, the market was betting on a crime, but it wasn't this specific thing, so you lose. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
please, man.
That's the problem with this whole thing. Like, these accounts, like, in my opinion, and now that I can say this since we're out of it now, prediction markets should not be on social media. They should not be on social media. And they also shouldn't be allowed to put these senseless bets out there.
Which makes absolutely no freaking sense whatsoever. I agree.
Leave the political predicting to networks like Fox News.
Something. I don't know.
That's funny, actually, Kirsty.
Nick would know. He worked in political radio for his time at WABC.
Oh, the amount of rhetoric that I hear, and I get. The one quick story I'll tell is I used to fight with when I was a producer for radio shows, and I just hang up on people. You hung up on me. And I said, yeah, because you sound like an idiot.
Well, I mean, the host you work with was kind of an idiot though too, but still.
Well, I mean, but I'm talking about across all the shows that I would.
I know.
And I said, oh, you hung up on me. I said, yeah, because I'm not. You're going to make the station sound dumber if I put you on.
And by the way, Nick will be having a cool little series about the death of local radio and also the life of a producer / call screener, though, in radio as well, in probably May or June for benchmarks.
Yeah, that one. And I think we're also going to do one on ISN dying, too.
Yeah.
I think on ISN and BetMGM dying. But you know what? These companies are in a dangerous precedent where if they don't control, because they have influence, especially because I said Polymarket is followed by almost 900,000 people on Twitter, which is an insane. That's influence, right? I just want to make sure I'm getting that correct.
Absolutely, 1,000%.
So when you say stupid things, people are, what would you say, more than 50% are going to believe what they read on social media sometimes?
Yes.
So just keep that in mind. All right. What's next?
Goddamn Kalshi. Nick, let's move on here, though, to some college game day talk. But new reports, though, have surfaced and suggested that college game day is widely popular. Pat McAfee-led kicking contest where students try to win money by hitting field goals may be coming to an end. Sources have cited that the rising insurance cost and legal liabilities following several close calls and injuries on set during the season. Fans have rallied to save the segment, which has become one of the most viral parts of the Saturday morning broadcast with former punter Pat McAfee, but ESPN is now looking for a safer way to engage the student body and crowd. Nick, if ESPN does kill McAfee's kicking contest, are they removing the last bit of authentic fan interaction left on a show that's increasingly dominated now by corporate sponsorships and, of course, debate culture?
Clown show, clown show, clown show, clown show.
Stop taking the fun away from us, damn it.
Well, ESPN's known for killing fun. We've seen that over the last couple of years. And you and I grew up on ESPN. That's all we watched as kids. But
woo!
But to kill the kicking contest, which, by the way, gives money to kids, like sometimes that need to get through college and all that stuff. By the way, and let's be very clear, ESPN doesn't give any of the money. This is all out of McAfee's pocket.
Exactly.
So why? So liability, and it's just like, guys, you're a human liability when you put Stephen A. Smith on the air every day. So you're going to tell me a kicking contest? Kicking? I've always wanted to do kicking.
Fat!
Well, that too. But
He's fat!
yeah. But I just can't. Like, this is so stupid. Everybody tunes in for the kicking segment. Every time.
And I thought it was great, by the way, because they did their last one at Kyle Field in College Station.
Yes.
The contestant even said, if I make the field goal, all but like $1 million is going to go to charity.
How much was the last one worth?
I forget. And I think McAfee upped it too after he missed the first try.
They do that sometimes.
And the student said, though, me and my friends will take like $1 million, but we're going to move the other part of it, though, to charitable causes. Which I thought was great.
That's great. Kyle's asking, what is the kicking game? We're talking about the field goal kicking segment that McAfee does on College Game Day.
They're trying to remove it because they don't like fans having fun.
Fun? What's that word?
Krusty Krab is unfair.
Mr. Krabs is in there standing at the impression. God, like, I mean, can we just say this, like, about ESPN?
The double overbid.
Like, they don't care. Like, ESPN, like, and I get it. All these companies got to make money, but like, leave the fun. Let there be some fun. Like, are you just gonna kill everything? Like, ESPN, this is you now.
If we keeping a buck right now, we ass.
Like, because you kill everything. Stop killing fun, man.
I mean, look, College Game Day this year saw Lee Corso retire.
Yes.
Let's remember that. Then they publicly said we are not going to we're not going to reinvent the wheel, though, with the whole headgear that Lee used to do. I think now it's just McAfee sings a song of, and then rips his shirt off.
Well, I'm glad you brought that example up. What happened if ESPN killed the headgear segment while Lee was still on air?
Oh, there would be a mutiny or a riot would break out.
So could you make the fair argument that the field goal kicking segment is kind of like the next form of the headgear segment in that regard?
That and probably McAfee when he breaks out into song and he rips off his shirt.
Well, that's right at the beginning. Like, a lot of time he'll like turn around and like they have to hold him by his legs so he doesn't go flying over. But like, I think he's funny. But my point is,
I think he is too.
That would be like, if you kill the field goal kicking segment, that would be like killing the headgear segment.
I'm glad that we brought that up, though, because it does really feel that way. That's kind of where. I mean, what else are you going to do? Like, do we really want to see the kids try to throw the footballs into the big ass Dr. Pepper can as opposed to kicking a field goal? No,
I think the field goal is fun. I think it. And let's be real. It's not like we're kicking 30, 40-yard field goals here.
Now I do think, though, that the field goal, though, that they did do was the NFL regulation for the extra point, because McAfee wanted to end the year with a bang, literally, by having it on field, not in the parking lot or at the set. Station.
I think that was more just.
And the kid nearly made it both times, but the wind blew it to the right.
What was it? It was like
33 yards.
Okay. Hey, that's a big deal. Like, if you come close to, what was he giving away? $1 million, though, you were saying?
I think it went and then he bumped it up. I want to say the second chance, and the kid kicked it perfectly, but then the wind blew it right before it would have gone through the uprights.
I'm trying to look this
But then it became the story of that game, though, between between Miami and A&M, because the kicker for Miami had missed like 5 field goals because of the wind.
Oh, so it went as high as 1.5.
So I think it was $1 million for the first game, and it went to 1.5 the second time around.
But I'm reading all the headlines, and there's a College Game Day on the verge of canceling beloved segment for 2026 season. See, if I'm Pat, like, it's just another thing. Like, remember how he gets into it with ESPN executives? We've talked about that before, where they keep stopping him from doing stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I think he's right. Like, you brought him in here to reach a younger demo, right? Like, and which he's done. He's done a great job of that. No one's questioning that. But if ESPN's going to keep barging in and say, no. Like, what's left?
Yeah.
I think the field goal kicking segment is unreal. Like, I used to not really watch College Game Day as much, but I'll tune in College Game Day to watch the kick every single time.
I would tune in when I really watched football to watch who Lee was going to pick for the headgear, and then even I'll watch the clips of the segment. In a way, Nick, ESPN right there would kind of kill their digital reach if they get rid of the kicking contest because people would watch it on social media if they missed it.
Right, because if I remember correctly, when they were going through the dispute on TV with YouTube TV and all that stuff, and they started putting it on X now because of it, College Game Day.
Yep.
And now they're not going to have that anymore for people to watch if that's what they do.
Yeah.
I think it's stupid if they remove that contest. One, you're giving kids a chance to potentially pay their college bills or pay debt or buy a house or like. I think it's a lot of positive. I think ESPN's probably, first of all, the liability bullshit is ridiculous. Like, stop. And what was the example I said? Oh, and Christy actually, in McAfee fashion, fuck this shit, I'm out. Like, what was the point I was about to make? I totally forgot. Crap. Now I don't remember. But my point is that they need this thing. Like, you're going to kill the digital reach over that. If I'm McAfee, I just say, bye. I don't need you anymore.
I'll go do WWE with Michael Cole.
Well, he kind of stopped doing a lot of WWE stuff to focus more on the ESPN stuff. Gee, maybe you made the wrong choice. The show is licensed, so like ESPN has some say, but he controls his show. But on College Game Day, like he's actually working for ESPN. So I don't know how you fix it. I don't know what to do here because ESPN is in the no fun league, literally, figuratively, and literally.
Oh yeah, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, when we get to hour 4 when it comes to our top 10 stories of the year. Again, we'll also revisit our 3 guests that we had during the course of our first couple months here on PR, and then we'll also induct our Hall of Shame class of 2025 in hour 4. So again, thanks to the 118 people that are still here with us as we get towards hour 4 here in a few minutes.
Wait a minute. Did you say hour 4?
Yes, we're giving you a 4-hour show to end the year.
Holy crap.
I don't even work here.
WWE, Christy says, we'll welcome McAfee back if he wants to come back. Because I think Joe Testor has to take some time off from WWE for the upcoming CFP, I want to say, if memory serves me correct.
I don't know if he's doing the games. I didn't hear anything yet. But
I might be wrong though about that. I thought that
he didn't do the first round for a change though for the first time in a long time. But we'll see what happens. All right, staying in the college football space, kind of. Kurt Herbstreit versus clickbait debate culture.
Interesting.
That's a tongue twister right there.
Herbstreit clickbait debate culture.
Yeah. Kurt Herbstreit made headlines this week by stating he would rather walk away from network TV than be forced to participate in the clickbait debate shows that dominate modern sports media. Herbstreit criticized the manufactured outrage and embrace of debate culture at ESPN and FS1, arguing that it devalues the actual games and players. His comments reflect a growing sentiment among old school broadcasters who feel the industry is trading credibility for social media impressions.
Looking at you, Isaiah Leung.
I wasn't going to go there, but yeah, true. Is Kurt Herbstreit the last of a dying breed, or will his public stance force networks to reconsider the screaming head format in favor of more nuanced game focus analysis?
Well, I mean, you can say that it was a kiss-ass segment, but let's go back, Nick, to when Adam Silver praised how Prime Video had already begun their NBA. Yes, you can roll the eyes, take the glasses off, and break them and look like the Hanson brothers from Slapshot. But at the end of the day, though, Nick, that's why I think Prime Video has actually got people behind watching basketball on their platform, because those talking heads, actually, them and NBC, they actually want to talk about plays and break them down. As much as we love Inside the NBA, Nick, but come on, NBA Today, Nick, is a sham, because all it is it's literally first take just with the NBA mixed in with it. Now, I love Malika and all them, but it gets very much, Nick, redundant, though, when it's always Marcus or Kendrick Perkins yapping and making things awkward between him and his co-host, though, and they're not actually talking about plays or actual gameplay. There's a difference.
Right. I mean, I think ESPN does better from a play-by-play color commentary perspective when it comes to covering the NBA.
Like actually talking about games, talking about certain plays, talking about why this play worked, why the play didn't work. That's where I think NBC, Peacock, and Amazon Prime Video have the leg up right now on ESPN.
Well, it also helps that Amazon and NBC, which is Comcast, has heavy pockets that they're willing to spend money. Also, they're willing to put the time in because remember, Amazon and NBC, well, more Amazon, is not on a programming schedule, so to speak. So they can air multiple things at once. Heck, we saw multiple NBA games airing at once. We saw that on Peacock, them airing multiple games at once because there's technically not a programming schedule involved. You can watch whichever game you want by choice. So it's all a matter of how you want to watch or your viewing experience. I don't know. This whole thing of clickbait and debate culture, First Take ruined this whole thing.
They did.
Come out. Stephen A. and Skip Bayless. Originally, the idea was let's put two people up against one another and debate sports. That was what it was supposed to be. It was not supposed to be who's the clown show for the hottest hot take on the show. That was never the goal. So that was what we were talking about here. But what Kirk is referring to is that he's not going to go on TV and make some hot take up for clickbait and views. And I get that, but unfortunately,
that's the way that the culture's going, and that's why we had to let Leung leave this network away from other issues that sprung up, though. But yeah, the views are great. But my favorite line, though, Nick, involving his favorite hockey team, is that TikTok views don't win you games. And in a way, clickbait or the debate culture, Nick, I think has been severely overblown. It worked there for like a bit, but now though we're in a day and age, as people love to say on our TikToks, I didn't realize that podcast equipment was so cheap and that anyone could do this. Anyone can, regardless of what you think. And I think though, Nick, it's more evident though that Kirk in a way is right. And I think you and I are both kind of are with Kirk on this though, when it goes to the point, mainly that to my point though about that I thought that Prime Video and Peacock and NBC have done a better job actually talking about the NBA as opposed to ESPN with their talking heads, is that yes, that a lot of times it's fake outrage or it's embracing debate at ESPN or Fox, what have you. But also, Nick, it actually does in a way take the shine and spotlight off of the game you're watching and how the players played. Because we're all about, well, it's this, well, it's that. It's not about, who had the most passing yards or who won the game, but more about being outraged about something else going on. And I would probably say, Nick, that, Kirk and a lot of these guys that still do it, on game day or on Big Noon Kickoff or any show, they kind of are a bit of a dying breed because that's not what they were taught to do, if that makes sense though. Like, we were more taught to, we were more in a way taught to, debate in a way though, but also not take away from the game. Like that'd be, Nick, if you and I were doing basketball again, for play-by-play, that'd be us bringing up random, talking points when the game's a 30-point blowout. And again, that might be, off base or weird though. But I think though that Kirk is right though, in a way though, that debate culture has owned the sports, the modern day market for media. Sometimes it's fake outrage and sometimes it's, just embracing the identity of it though. But that, as Adam Silver did say in a way, believe it or not, he actually said something right if you ask me, was that's where Prime Video, NBC, and Peacock have climbed the ladder because Candace Parker, Dirk, and Blake and them are actually breaking down a screen and roll or why it led to a three-pointer and not just arguing about why Jordan's better than LeBron on a rainy day on a Monday.
I mean, like the Udonis Haslams of the world, the Dwayne Wades of the world. I mean,
NBC, though, again, with, Vince and T-Mac, for example, too.
Vince is one of the best to ever do it. in my opinion, after having a Hall of Fame career. I think he's done it great. I do want to point out one thing, though, which I do think Kirk is partially a hypocrite, though. Because, and you're probably thinking, why is he saying that? Well, think about Kirk and his dogs every single week. That's a little bit of clickbait culture. A little bit, because he's putting...
But Peter and Bo aren't barking back at him about why Indiana's going to beat Alabama, for example, or why Alabama's going to win the game.
But
I get what you're saying, though, about like the content of the dogs, but it's more about, it's clickbait, but this is more about, is Peter barking back at Kirk about why the Chargers aren't going to win or aren't going to win their first playoff game?
No, you're right, and I'm not debating that. You're right. Stephen A. and Skip Bayless ruined hot take debate culture forever because of what they did.
Especially when they began making it personal, get off the weed, this or that. And I had that said about me when I was at a different network, years ago.
I mean, you're talking about
Stay off the weed. Duh.
So the reason I call it partial hypocrisy is because he's saying he doesn't embrace debate, clickbait culture. But his dogs are on, and he does video of his dogs. Everybody loves watching dogs. Let's just admit, okay? We like to watch dogs on videos. That's just how we live as a society.
You literally saw a dog today on the show.
So I think he's partially a hypocrite, because if he doesn't like it, then he shouldn't post videos of his dogs or post video of him traveling with his dogs every single day then. Right?
I still will say that it's not the same as...
I'm not saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the same thing. But he's saying that he doesn't want to take part or participate in clickbait debate shows or culture. What are you doing? You know it's going to get views. What is the definition of something that consistently gets views all the time?
Clickbait.
Clickbait. And what does he do most times? He's posting videos with his dogs, knowing it's going to get positive views. I'm not debating between positive and negative views. But for him to say he doesn't want to take part in clickbait culture, you are technically in clickbait culture by posting the video with the dogs.
I mean, we can praise Stephen A. and Skip for starting the whole embrace debate format, but we also can blame them, though, about how the modern day sports landscape has gone.
Oh, no,
when it comes to it. Now, quickly here, we'll talk about the lounge, though, here in a bit when we get past the last segment here, which is a 2-for-1 special here in a second, in about 3 minutes.
Yes.
But that, Nick, is kind of the premise, in a way, of what ETB Lounge will be, but not like what Skip and Stephen A., even Skip and Sham, for that matter, tried to do with that. We're making it more of literally, I can use the example from last night. My game day routine afterwards on the weekends is I go to the Chili's at the Sports Arena in the parking lot, and it was me and 2 friends sitting at the bar watching the end of the SNF game, watching the Bears lose to San Francisco. But again, hearing people next to me talk about a different game. We were talking about the game that we went to or worked with, the Gulls beating Abbotsford 3-0. And then just looking around, though, and how people had their drinks in hand, and they're talking about what was on TV, whether it was the Guardians of the Galaxy movie or NHL hockey highlights. That's the culture, though, that we wish that I think Embrace Debate could be, where it's more communal, as our programs will be. Though, again, we got D-Mart and his friends doing more comedy-centric stuff with the sports mixed in, where, I don't think anyone, Nick, though, comes out smelling like roses on New Year's Day in Pasadena, though, when Embrace Debate culture has been what it's become, though, sadly.
I see, originally when First Stick was Cold Pizza and they would have conversations that were considered
Woody
debate.
Page!
Yes, when it was considered conversational debate, that was a different situation. When Woody Page was off the show and it lacked professionalism, and it became First Take, and Stephen A. was the lead talent. Now he's the executive producer, so he controls everything that goes on and who's on the show and who he wants. And I'm trying to think in general. Ryan Clark, who we've talked about many times, and I think he's part of the Hall of Shame segment.
Yes.
How many times has he gotten in trouble for certain things he said on social media or videos he's made on social media? Or versus Peter Schrager, which we'll talk about later. But
You're spoiling me moment.
you're spoiling me money.
Yeah, my goodness gracious.
But my point is, like, Kirk's got to be a little bit careful in the sense of that he's right that you don't want to be part of clickbait and embrace debate culture. Skip Bayless already embarrassed himself enough. You remember after the DeMar Hamlin? Ugh. What?
120 live viewers now.
Yeah. Well, we've had more. I saw that number go up above it.
Wow.
But
Thank you all again for joining us today. This really means a lot for the last show. Therefore, we take the last week off for the New Year's break.
yeah, we'll be back when? The 9th?
Next Wednesday, the 7th.
The 7th. And we'll talk about consistency of that slot at the end. But you remember the tweet that Skip Bayless put out?
Yeah, I was at an Applebee's with my girlfriend at the time watching the game, and she wasn't really big into sports. She was into hockey a little bit and, some sports. And we were watching that game over our, salads and beer, and we saw the play happen.
Yeah.
We saw the play happen, and even she's like, "Oh, he's out. Like, he's concussed." And then she got really more terrified when Tua had his concussions that year, though, too, where, again, his hands were like, in the fencing motion.
Yes.
His fingers were all over the place.
Yep.
Things of that nature.
But I will never forget. And I have to see if I can still find it.
Yeah. No, the Bayless tweet, though, that the game had to be played because of the playoff implications and it's a national audience. It's like, sir, someone almost died.
Actually, it was actually proven that he was clinically, or not clinically, but he was like dead for what?
Like time before they used the
15,
defibrillators
16
on him.
seconds before they got him. But like, I'll never forget that tweet. First of all, it was the most viewed tweet in the history of Twitter. It was like 250 million impressions.
And every single person who saw it said, "You're an idiot. Shut the hell up."
Like, I don't know. And then he attempted to apologize the next day, which completely made it worse.
Yeah, because you only make it worse when you do something like that.
And then, of course, I'll never forget the day when he was doing that. And he's like, "I'm not taking it down," and blah, 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 blah. Go ahead. Soil yourself more while you're on TV.
I'm going to go Nimrod.
There are many things that Skip Bayless said that I'll never forget. Duh, Christy, you're not the only one. Like,
and I know what Christy's going to say. It was about Dak Prescott saying that his mental health was not great during COVID after his brother had killed himself. And he said, "Sir, you're the quarterback of the Cowboys. No one cares. Play better."
That was bad. That was really bad. And I remember Dak got interviewed about that, I think, after it had happened. But long story short, because I don't want to get too far off the trail here, is Kurt is right mostly about this, but let's tone it down a little because you're posting about your dogs all the time.
All right, Nick, we got a 2-for-1 special in college. Interesting couple of stories here, but two strange stories happened, though, involving college football. First off, Nick, this was pretty funny, though. ESPN Southern reporter Paul Carcaterra went viral for literally blocking UTSA head coach Jeff Traylor so his players could douse him in Gatorade after the Roadrunners beat FIU 57-20 in their bowl game victory. On the flip side, though, Nick, I saw a video of your boy, Diego Pavia, who's now following the footsteps of your boy, Giants injured running back, Cam Scattaboo, by appearing in another WWE story angle involving the Judgment Day, once again at the center of attention with this ongoing feud. So, Nick, is the sight, though, of a reporter setting a screen for a Gatorade bath or a star quarterback appearing at WWE shows prove that the fourth wall in sports broadcasting has officially crumbled in the name of viral content for both of these people?
I mean, the ESPN reporter setting a screen for the coach to get a Gatorade bath, hilarious.
Better than that dumbass Ken Rosenthal.
Mm-hmm. Well, he and him with his disgruntled stare. No, the coach, but that's a tradition anyway. The winning coach usually takes the Gatorade bath. But first of all, I've never seen a coach run so fast.
You know what the new tradition is for the Holiday Bowl in San Diego?
What?
The winning team douses their head coach in eggnog.
Oh, oh, gross. I don't know. Have you ever had eggnog? I've never had it. I can't. Like, what is eggnog? I don't know. Like, what it is. Like now I got to look this up because I will not drink it.
Eggnog is also homemade using milk, egg, sugar, and flavorings, and served with cinnamon or nutmeg.
But it's made with eggs. It's like every time I like think of eggnog, I want to hurl up big time. Like I don't get how. And you can put alcohol, I think, in it too, can't you? Technically,
yeah, you can spike it.
Yeah, gross. But I would if I found that out, I was a coach and that the church was eggnog, I'd say, "F no, do not bring that anywhere near me." Or
oh, all three in favor.
yes. But
it was pretty funny though, seeing Paul stop Jeff Traylor so the guys could douse him and get. I mean, because they played a hell of a game against FIU. I mean, they put up 57 points.
Originally, when I saw the score, I thought it said 27-20. And then I was like, oh, shit, wait, it's 57-20. I was like, whoa. Like,
I mean, Texas San Antonio's quarterback was pretty damn good that day.
So that was funny. The Gatorade Bath was funny. Can we stop with these WWE, NFL, college football, like fake appearance publicity stunts, please? And like everyone on Forecast gave me shit because they didn't understand why I was getting angry at it. Like, because he was hurt for a million times.
Him being Cam Scatterbo, who, by the way, Nick, I forgot to mention there was a post put out fairly recently that Scatterbo even mentioned on a podcast. The Giants front office had to have 3 separate meetings with him about his off-field behavior, not involving WWE, but just in general.
Gee, I wonder why. You mean like the video he did with Neon?
Sure.
Do you know who Neon is?
No.
He's like a big influencer. And so he was doing a video, I think it was on Kick, I think. And his agent calls in the middle of the video. And he basically tells his agent off saying, oh, no, I'm good. Don't worry about this. Because Neon has a tendency to do some like off-color controversial things.
Gotcha.
So it's not a good situation. But then we see this situation with Pavia. Pavia is turning into the next Johnny Manziel.
I mean, Pavia fits right in with the Judgment Day anyway, so it was right down his alley.
Actually, aren't Pavia and Johnny Manziel friends?
I think Zan confirmed that on your last ETB Sports episode.
And I was not happy. That's a bad influence. Which, by the way, did you see Johnny Manziel didn't show up to be the picker on College Game Day?
Because he was at the Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua fight where Jake Paul finally got floored and broke his jaw. Hallelujah.
But I don't understand. Like you agreed to an appearance on College Game Day, you don't show up?
And your alma mater? At your alma mater, nonetheless.
And people were getting mad because like they replaced him with Alex Caruso. Like, what's wrong with that?
Who went to A&M, by the way, and had a very successful NBA career, for God's sake.
They had to go make a last-minute call to the bullpen here. Like, what do you want them to do? Like,
their hands were tied because Johnny was being Johnny. Not Johnny be good, Johnny being Johnny.
I wonder if he was getting paid to be at the fight. Maybe. I don't know.
Surprised me because of freaking Netflix, for God's sakes.
But this whole thing with Pavia, stupid. Like I told you, I think like the NCAA and the NFL like are in on this, like as a publicity stunt, because they know they can make social media gold out of it with those guys.
And that's what we said about the whole thing with Dom and Finn and JD with Scatterbo and the comedian at MSG when Cam was literally in the damn foot scooter and they got into a shoving match with the Judgment Day.
And I have people saying to me like, "Oh, you're overreacting," and I'm like, what are you talking about? What happens? Because people get hurt, right? Just because it's scripted doesn't mean people don't get hurt during the WWE events, right?
Yeah, and I think Christy might be able to confirm though, but Tiffany Stratton, Jessica Wolinko, her actual name, she I think stepped away from the tour and lost her championship to Jade Cargill a month ago, but I think she was already injured, working through the injury. Broke up with her boyfriend Ludwig Kaiser, who they'd been together for a long time, and she's trying to get back to full stream to come back for probably a run next year, though. But like, just because it's scripted entertainment does not mean that there's not legitimate risk involved with WWE.
Bella, didn't she get hurt too?
Maybe.
Remember, she jumped off the side of the ring and she landed and just hit the floor and she got hurt?
Probably.
And even Nico said to me, he's like, I don't think that was part of the script. Like she just jumped off the side of the ring and like fell down onto the
botch.
I was like, what the hell is this?
That's
like,
a botch.
I was like, whatever.
Christy's right. Can't confirm that Tiffany was injured and then obviously had a separation with her boyfriend at the time too.
Christy, do you know what I'm talking about the Bella thing? Because you probably would have seen it. That I think she jumped off the side of the ring and like there was no one even there, and she just jumped off and just like banged her knee in her shoulder. But get back to me on that. Don't miss the debut of Benchmarks this Sunday, January 4th. Oh my God, that's soon. We're going back to 1991 to analyze the day Magic Johnson changed the world. Also, the ETB Lounge opens its doors next Monday with Callan and McClurg. Join us in the most interactive show on the network. Follow at ETB Network on TikTok and Instagram to be more involved. And also follow at the ETB Lounge to be interactive on that show as well, because we will be taking live stream comments as they come in. Also be aware this is not your PG or PG-13 show. So
we're going to be having opening and closing monologues. We got a pretty great rundown of segments we're going to be doing as well. So grab a drink and come and join us.
Yeah. If you have virgin ears, this is not the show for you. I'm just going to say that right now, especially on Saturday. I'm just going to say.
And more importantly, Nick, we're into the final hour and 124 people are with us. Thank you all again so much. We're going to keep saying that because this is literally our largest audience since we've had to pivot from playback back to in-house operations. And we've been getting, much better viewership with where we're at. So thank you all again for taking time out of your Monday to join us here. And because of that, we're giving you a bonus hour to end our last show for the year.
And by the way, even if you don't want to comment exactly if you're watching, tell us comment where you're watching from. We want to see where you're watching from. If you don't have a question or a comment for the show.
Yeah, we know Christy's in Montana, Cal's up in Seattle, so we got those two right now, which is good.
So yeah, just here's Christy. So she probably did. That might be why she wasn't on Raw for at least a couple of weeks until she showed up last week. Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
That does make sense.
Yeah, but if you're watching, comment where you're watching from, how you're watching. Let us know.
Hey, Washington State is in the house.
Yes. So let us know where you're watching from so we can kind of get an idea where the audience is.
And there is Montana. There we go.
Her and Will, both Montana.
Yes, unreal.
So,
well, Nick, we finally have entered the final hour. The bonus hour. This is the bonus hour for everybody here. So welcome to the bonus hour.
We entered rarefied air. And by the way, tease, tease, nudge, nudge. This might be part of once we get to 3,000 watch hours. Just saying, just keep that in mind. If you get the closer you get us to the 3,000 watch hours, where we can do some premium extra content on YouTube, you might see a bonus hour of Press Row going forward. But all right, let's move into hour 4. This is our year in review extravaganza. This is now the lists getting into the year. So this full hour is literally going to be reviewing the year, talking about some of the top stories you and I have kind of gone through in 28 episodes. Yes, I say 28 episodes. Yes, I said 29 last time. I know. But it's 28. Well, 29.
Well, maybe, Nick, before we even get that far with opening up hour 4, I mean, I think I think about it, though, because of, for the first part, though, of hour 4 is mainly about just how this podcast went from a different platform to here and how it has exploded, to where I envisioned it being originally. It was going to be a two-man show, as I've said, with me and one of my colleagues who ended up moving to Phoenix and getting a job there, and we weren't able to do a show. I'm like, well, I'll do it by myself and see where it goes. And it bounced around from two different platforms to where we're at now. And obviously, I came here in April, thanks to Isaiah for bringing me over. And we brought a bunch of people from the West Coast over who, wanted to add a bit of a presence out here. Obviously, me and Trevor are the last two that survived the purge of the expansion era of ETB. But I guess, Nick, maybe if you want, because I'm going to step out for just a minute, maybe in a way like your thoughts about the show. Obviously, you and I have worked in media in sports for a long time, which helps. But maybe where the show was, when you first got introduced to it, though, and obviously what you wanted to do when the program eventually came over here in April of this year.
Well, to kind of discuss how this kind of started, when Isaiah first came over, and you can thank Ben because Ben brought Isaiah over. He showed me Press Row, kind of in a different iteration and kind of how it was being put together. And I saw, I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like, and we were talking sports media already. Myself and Nick DiMartino, we would do it on Moving the Goalpost, and I would do it a little bit on ETB Sports. And Zan and I would sometimes do it like with separate videos for Bando's breakdowns and some other stuff. But we didn't have a dedicated sports media show. And I think that's an important distinction to make, that we don't see enough of our industry like talking about what it's like to work in the business and how it operates and kind of the ins and outs and the business aspect of it, the sponsors, the advertisers, when people go from company to company and getting to know why they left and what the decision was, and talking about how networks are created or how networks are distributed or how they close. Like we just talked about Infinity Sports Network.
Correct.
Closing, originally being CBS Sports Radio, or talking about obsession over gambling networks and how that's become, the new obsession of this business. And then I have to thank him in some aspect because he's the one Isaiah was the one who said, like, maybe you can help him expand upon the show and really grow it. So I said, okay, let's. And then you and I sat for. It didn't take long. I think you and I kind of hit it off. How long would you say it took?
A couple of weeks, maybe.
I think even less, to be
maybe a day or two.
Because you and I have worked in the industry, so we knew where we were going, and then the personalities worked. Remember what I said before about what was the name of the show?
John and Jim.
John and Jim show, which was ending today. You said after what, 6 years? I think.
Yeah.
And chemistry does not come easy. Like, if you and I could be knowledgeable about this topic of media and business, but if we don't get along, then it doesn't work.
Right.
Like you and I are going to do this show for a long time, I think.
Yeah.
Like, because we get along and we gel and work together in that way. We're not afraid to talk about topics at all. That's another thing that people don't realize. Like, you could have chemistry and have a good idea for a show, but if you're not willing to talk controversial topics, then it doesn't work either. I mean, look what happened. Our Bart Winkler clip just blew up to over 4,000 views on Twitter.
Yes.
The clip of you and I talking about Stu Gotts going to afternoon drive, like that went over 500 views on Instagram, and I think that's still growing. And I get notifications about that clip like every other hour. So that's kind of how the show worked. But I said, like, doing a one person, and this goes back to what I say all the time, that one person shows are tough unless you really have a plan for those shows. Like Zan, because people, the two idiots who are not, well, the three idiots that are not here anymore, would say to me,
Well, you say that one person shows don't work, but you have a couple shows that do one person.
okay, here's the difference. So everyone said, why does Zan do a one-person show? Because he's well prepped and planned every single week. He literally does his due diligences every week to make sure that show is put on properly. Unlike three people who aren't here anymore, who wanted to slide in and just say, oh, I'll just drop a embrace debate hot take topic. And I'll just generate views that way. Basically non-intelligent viewpoints. Zan works really hard. He's a journalist. That helps too. So he's writing and discussing these types of topics every day. So that was a no-brainer that he was able to do a individual show. Now, he does MMA Outsiders with Jack. He does ETB with me in a two-person format. He came to me beforehand and said, I'd like to do a show on my own. I said, okay, you have more than enough credibility. Let's do it. And it's worked. And we're now 71 episodes into that show. So it all depends. Certain solo shows can work. Certain don't. I knew that there was something good. Yes. But I knew there was something there with this show.
Yeah.
But it was missing something to push it, to make it take off. And I also think, like, you were trying to bring in video aspects. Like, we do that from time to time. You notice lately, since we went back to here, we don't push that video aspect as much, unless
Correct.
there's a reason to.
Yeah.
Video aspects can be good. I also think in here doing the show is better on using the StreamYard platform because we could put banners up. We can put lower thirds up. We can do some different things to show what we're talking about here. Again, our credibility is working in media. That's what we do. That's what we know best. So when someone does something stupid in the media, or we're discussing a business thing, like we're discussing Odyssey and Cumulus coming together, we have more experience than some people do looking from the outside. So that's why this show works, because you and I can tackle different things. It also helps, like, you do the college stuff better, which I've gotten better with, but like, you understand the college atmosphere because you work in college sports. For me, it's like, it's the NBA, it's the NFL, it's understanding the bigger sport. So I can bring the bigger aspect and you bring the medium style aspect, and we push those together, and we really work hard to make sure those topics are covered.
Absolutely. And we try to cover all the bases with things, as Nick said, for him, it's like NBA, NFL. For me, it's baseball, basketball, hockey, soccer, all the, niche or nuanced sports in a way. And I mean, Nick, I think you and I now agree with Cal more and more. Playback didn't have squat compared to StreamYard.
Yes.
Other than just having the ability to watch the games live with your friends as we did.
Well, Cal, here's one caveat I'll say to that. And I think you're right, by the way. The one caveat, though, I will say is we were able to pivot faster than some of the playback channels.
Yeah.
Because I feel bad for
Chasing Wins.
What was the soccer channel called again?
For Chelsea FC over in the EPL. I mean, they had like 15, 20,000 people in that community, and now they're all gone.
Because they were, and this is no fault of their own, because playback was built on watching games. If you noticed all the stuff we were doing over there, don't get me wrong, I loved watching the NBA, Major League Baseball. We watched World Series. We watched NBA Finals, Red Zone. You guys did some soccer. We had some WWE early on, AEW.
We watched the PWHL playoff game when Sarah Barber was still here too, which was awesome because it was through the PWHL's YouTube channel.
So that was all great, and I'm not putting them down by any means. But if you noticed, we did a bunch of extra podcast programming to fill the hours for when games were not on. And that's why we were able to pivot, because we just moved everything to here. That way, live streams to social media. And this allows us to be more interactive with the base of people that watch our shows.
Right.
Heck, with 125 people watching now. I don't think we ever had 125 people watch anything on
No,
playback.
and that was kind of my thought when I first got the idea, shower thought, to launch the show 2-3 years ago, is that, how interested, or how interested though would the general population be if it's not about wins and losses, actual games, but talking about boardroom stuff, media deals, stadium deals, this and that. And, I think today, Nick, kind of proves, though, there's a appetite for it, though, because it's something different away from the sports world. Again, you got 124 people watching us, one guy on the West Coast, at lunchtime, one guy on the East Coast near dinner time, talking about the media in the business of sports and not about week 17 or 18 of the NFL season.
The one thing I will say, though, is playback did lack on some aspects of building and promoting and stuff. Like, it was very hard to get our clips to be seen and noticed. Like, this we could do on our own and have the ability to promote right away that things are live, and then it stores in our background. And I could go pull clips out. You saw me doing it already. We need to do more of it because I think that'll help. But playback made it harder. And also you couldn't catch the game highlights, which was a whole different nightmare in itself. So that's why, and I can say this now with the platform being gone, they were never going to succeed upward because it was too expensive for them with rights, gaming rights.
As they said, with their main reason why they chose to cease operations on the 12th.
Right. Now, the one thing I do miss that I wish like a StreamYard platform or something else would do, we were able to add as many YouTube channels and Twitch and Kick, not Twitter though, which we do have here, but you could go live to as many channels as you wanted.
And here we're confined to 8 spaces.
Right.
8 places.
Because I was reading that they think that 8 is more than enough. No, it's not. Like, what if we have multiple people amongst multiple shows that we want to share content to?
Yeah.
So I have to make choices, which makes it harder at times. So that's kind of the playback story, which didn't really want to do now. I was going to save it for the end. But yes, playback had some difficulties in that regard. And I'm much happier that we're doing stuff here. And again, this is still on YouTube. It's still on Twitch. We're not on Kick today because I needed the spaces for other channels, but we do have that ability. But now we have Twitter, which is the ability that we did not have on.
And right now, 53 viewers are watching on the Football Forecast Twitter account.
Right, because we did some football stuff today. But I try to add in the channels that make the most sense based on whatever topics we're going to do. So, like,
we're watching on the PRETB Twitter account right now.
So, like, if we do college football, I will add it. I'll add FP5's channel depending on what we're doing. Cal said I thought playback had Twitter. No, they do. They do have Twitter, but we couldn't do it for whatever reason there. That's the point I was trying to make. But we're much better off here. And Callan and I agreed when we saw the writing on the wall that playback was done, that we were going to be fine because we were going to pivot all the shows over into our StreamYard platform, which then sends it out live to Twitter and Twitch and Kick and YouTube. We're on 2 YouTube channels right now, which we were doing over there, but we have the ability to keep doing here. And
2 YouTube channels, 2 Twitch channels, and 4 Twitter accounts today.
So we have the ability to be. Twitter is important, and Twitter we couldn't do on playback because they kept claiming they couldn't get the APIs down. There's more freedom here. In what sense? I think we had plenty of freedom there.
I think she's saying there's more freedom maybe for streaming places as opposed to where we were with playback, I want to say.
Oh, Cal's asking, what's the other YouTube channel? It's your YouTube channel. Yeah.
It's mine.
So, I mean, technically, I do have one if we wanted to put one in here, but that's just a pain to set up. But, yeah, that's pretty much the story since you were asking about playback. All right.
Let's get to the top 10 stories, Nick. We'll get started here at number 10. The Barstool Fox marriage. Dave Portnoy's outlaw brand officially went corporate, taking over FS1's morning block and proving that digital-first influencers are now the only way traditional networks can reach Gen Z and millennial viewers. And, of course, Dave's infamous Big noon kickoff appearances, though, that of course led to the ban from Ohio Stadium for week 1 of the season.
Yeah, so you and I discussed this, and we talked about this again the other night. I don't think the move having Wake Up Barstool, which was the show that took over for Skip and Shan or whatever that show was at the time. Undisputed. They're not doing it mostly for the TV show because FS1 is a nightmare. They can't get any ratings on there whatsoever, and that's why the channel's a complete failure. And that's why they're never gonna, like, when they try to do Big Noon Kickoff, College Game Day will kick ass to Big Noon Kickoff for life. It's never gonna catch up.
Yeah,
but they brought on Wake Up Barstool not necessarily for the TV ratings. They want the clips and all the stuff because they know Barstool stuff goes viral, and it has. It's proven on the digital side that the show does much better than it necessarily does on TV. The Big Noon Kickoff thing with Portnoy, they were hoping for a McAfee situation like on College Game Day, and it just has not worked out that way.
Right.
McAfee is McAfee. McAfee has a huge crowd. Don't get me wrong. Portnoy's got a huge following, but McAfee does way more interactive stuff on College Game Day than Dave does on Big Noon Kickoff.
Yeah, I thought it was weird. FS1, as I've said, they've tried and they failed numerous times to compete with ESPN. Not moving the needle.
It's not. Big Noon Kickoff will never beat College Game Day.
All right, Nick, number 9, the Zuffa Boxing Revolution. Dana White finally pulled the trigger on Zuffa Boxing, leveraging the TKO Group's massive infrastructure to disrupt the fractured boxing landscape, starting with a multi-fight deal in Saudi Arabia come next year. Why?
It's a Dana White promotion. They're pretty much it's Dana White, and it's also I can't remember the guy's name. The from the other country, whatever his name is, I can't remember his name, but it's a promotion run between the two, and that's why it's happening. There's no other reason why it's happening.
Zuffa sounds like loofah, like this is gonna be like a rundown product. And isn't Kellerman working for these guys too?
Wait, say that again.
Isn't Max Kellerman? Doesn't he have a deal with Zuffa Boxing?
Well, he's got to deal with DAZN.
That's what it is. Okay,
where he's doing a show for DAZN. And then he's also doing the podcast for The Ringer with Rich Paul.
Nick, at number 8, the collapse of playback TV. The sudden shuttering of the popular watch party platform left massive communities like ETB and Chasing Winds in the dark. It served as a brutal reminder of the volatility of sports tech startups that don't own their own rights.
And that's why I pushed very hard when we took our stuff off of Substack and put it on the playback platform. So that way we could pivot eventually if the platform was not going to survive. And they blew through $22 million.
From Alexis Ohanian.
And by the way, Brandon Towers, who's great at playback. The plan is after the new year, because he said about a month after all the buyouts and all that stuff passed through, he is going to be a guest on the show.
Yes.
And so anyone who was on playback TV, we will be having Brandon on. He said he would discuss kind of what happened with the platform and kind of his thoughts on the matter. Because he told me that basically there was problems over there. And so we are going to find out more from Brandon Towers. He was the head of like the partnerships and like kind of between the partner, like he was
the liaison basically between the company and all of us.
And like we could talk to him, and he was great. Like he would take a lot of the ideas like I had come up with, or some of us had come up with, and he would really push them. It's just that there was a lot of restrictions.
I kind of knew something was up, Nick, when we were told that there was going to be no Olympic game coverage and no WBC coverage.
Yeah, something was not right. And because I said there's no brainer. Like they're going to get the Olympics. We're going to do a lot of coverage, and it didn't happen. So it is what it is.
Nick, story number 7. Private equity enters the Big Ten Conference. The Big Ten Conference accepted a $2 billion capital injection from private equity firms, officially signaling the end of amateurism in college athletics. And for the first time ever, Wall Street has a direct vote on how college football is scheduled and marketed. Yikes.
Yeah, well, what else do you expect, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what this.
There was that proposal too for the UC, the University of California system, to inject more money too if all the teams
They didn't agree though.
signed, and 2 of them said no.
It was basically a be all end all. Either you all agree or you don't. And unfortunately, they did not. And I remember that was the California retirement pension fund.
Yes, that's what it was.
Which I don't know how they had $2 billion to fart away, but
California's a big state.
no, I'm aware. But
oh man, story number 6, Nick. The Inside the NBA migration, the most beloved show in sports history, survived the death of TNT's NBA rights by moving to ESPN/ABC. The business world watched closely to see if the chemistry would survive the Mickey Mouse corporate culture. Spoiler alert. It did.
yeah, I mean, people made a huge deal that ESPN. Now, ESPN does have a tendency sometimes when they take properties in, they will destroy them or try to put Stephen A. Smith all over them, which thank God they did not. People were so worried. I remember for a fact how distraught. Oh no! Oh my God! They're leaving TNT and they're heading to ESPN, which means it's going to get ESPNified, if that's even a word, which it's not. But my point is that eventually ESPN said, look, we're going to let them be. And they did. They let them be. And now they're doing good things. So
Somehow, some way, they are.
I think people just overreacted.
Nick, I'm going to call an audible on number 5. They want to talk about Apple's Formula One and MLS deal. The canceling of Around the Horn.
Yeah. It's hard to believe that was this year, right?
That was May 21st, 2025, their final show.
Geez, that was also near the very beginning of you being here.
Yeah.
And we still haven't heard from Tony Reale, really, at all, if he's going to be doing.
Other than the fact he hosted Around the Room on playback during one random NBA schedule of games, as we've been long saying, why could you not make that work?
Can I tell you that was an absurd fail? Not him hosting, but it was an absurd fail that they didn't try to say, hey, like, we may not be able to pay you a lot, but like, let's get sponsors behind this and let's do Around the Room once a week on playback. You're telling me that wouldn't open it up to more people to come in or sponsors to save the platform? Come on.
Nick, number 4, the WNBA's valuation shift. The New York Liberty right now, the Liberty's record-breaking minority stake sale of $450 million proved that women's sports are no longer charity investments. They are blue-chip assets. This story defined the fiscal year, leading to a massive increase in WNBA expansion fees for the upcoming seasons, if there are seasons.
It's tough to discuss valuations if you don't know there's a season coming in. I don't know. I don't know how to react to any of this anymore because I don't know if we're gonna have a season. So what's the point of talking valuations and what's the point of talking the built-up positivity if there's no season?
Number 3, Nick, Netflix poaches the mainstream from the landmark acquisition of WWE's Monday Night Raw to the shocking hiring of L. Duncan from ESPN. Netflix proved that it's no longer experimenting with sports. Their flawless Christmas Day NFL doubleheader cemented them as the new premier destination for live events. Do you agree?
I will say they've gotten better at it. They've improved. First year was tough. The Paul Tyson fight was a complete obscene nightmare with technical glitching and audio.
And I think that's where they learned their lesson.
But they finally have gotten it right with MVP, which is Jake Paul's promotion. They do the fights. Are the fights good? Absolutely not. But they finally figured it out. I mean, this goes back to what I said before. Netflix and Amazon have heavy pockets, so they're willing to spend money to bring in whatever personalities and people they can get their hands on. But I have to say they are improving. I could give two shits about the NFL Christmas games. I didn't even watch a second of them this year because I totally forgot about them, to be honest. But they are going to go more. I mean, look at what they're doing now with. I think they have some NASCAR stuff coming up on there soon. I think they have Major League Baseball opening day coming up, which I'm not happy about, even though I have Netflix.
And your team's playing in the damn game.
You didn't watch Snoop Doggy.
I watched him at the Arizona Bowl yesterday.
Did you see him catch
on Saturday
a punt return while he was being hit?
Oh, interesting. From Christie.
Looking back at it, I don't think acquiring Monday Night Raw was great for Netflix because there are people who prefer. Well, again, that's a sign of the times, I would say also. I don't know how many people watch USA Network, to be quite honest. Unless you're Versant and you sign a deal for the WNBA, which if there's a season. But
all right, Nick, number 2 on the list, the further fall of the RSNs and the rise of in-house operations after decades of dominance. Regional sports networks officially collapsed. Major League Baseball, the NHL, and the NBA began reclaiming their own local rights, forcing teams to pivot to in-house streaming options to survive the blackout era.
We just did a story on this last week, didn't we?
Yeah, it was our lead story.
Yeah, the RSN situation is a nightmare. And now we're seeing them moved again, depending on if FanDuel Sports Network goes under.
And of course, Nick, number 1 for our top 10 stories, the ESPN NFL equity merger, the deal of the century. The NFL took a 10% ownership stake in ESPN exchange for the NFL network in Red Zone, effectively ending the era of independent sports journalism at the 4 letters, turning the network into a direct marketing arm for the Shield, a.k.a. the National Football League.
I mean, the way when the deal happened, I said this, and I'll say the same thing. I think the NFL just didn't want to run its own media operation anymore. I think... Which makes total sense. The NFL doesn't want to be responsible for a media operation on top of getting all the games on TV and making sure that they're making money and all that stuff. So, in a sense, all right, ESPN, you give us 10% of you, and then we'll give you the NFL network, and you get all the content and everything that's involved with it. So, it makes sense. Now, all the NFL network games will air on ESPN, so they get more content. Now, is this a conflict of interest that the NFL network is now owned by ESPN when it comes to rights deals and all that stuff? But if you remember, like when ESPN got in with the NFL, they were paying, $2 billion a year, and they couldn't even air highlights, if you remember correctly, and they only had Monday Night Football. Now they got Joe Buck and Troy Aikman doing Monday Night Football. They now have a doubleheader coming up for the playoffs on Saturday.
Yep.
And I think they're going to even have more distributional right now that NFL Network is going to be owned by ESPN.
Goodness gracious. All right, Nick, let's pivot away, though, from the top 10 stories of the year to our press row guest revisit. Nick, we had 3 of them on. 2 of the 3 were hard to get on because of playback. But, Nick, though, 3 amazing people who came and joined us here during 2025.
Yeah, so Stan Verrett, that was like such a shot in the dark by me, and Callan knows this about me, and you'll know, and more people get to know this about me as we do this show, that I have no fear when it comes to reaching out to people at all. Callan has learned this about me, and I've gotten responses from people, and that's how we get people from the industry on. 2 I'll talk about at the end of the show that are going to be major when we start the new season 2026. But Stan Verrett was unreal. First of all, I think you and I were more in shock than anything that we were able to
get him in the first place.
So if you didn't know, Stan obviously left ESPN after being on sports, like Neil. Neil had left before him, then Stan left. And now they're doing the Stan and Neil show on Twitch, I think. And then it goes to YouTube and podcast platforms. So I saw him promoting the show coming up, and I said, I'll just I'll hit him up and say, hey, can we have you on to talk about the show? And he got back to me. And I was like,
right away, it was insane because Nick called me while I was at work, like, dude, Stan Verrett's going to join the show. Nick, what? Stan Verrett's going to join Press Row.
And I was like, wait, what? So And by the way, he gave us a lot of time too. Like,
I think he gave us almost an hour, I want to say.
yeah, and I was like, I kind of felt bad slightly, like because he was like, this guy's been on ESPN, he's been on Sports Center for 10 to 15 years. Like this guy's been everywhere. Like he doesn't have to give these two quacks almost an hour over here. And I'm like, and by the way, his stories about Katrina and his parents and having to get them to move while the storm was going on. Talking about Howard University. Talking them, him and Neil sitting in the bar.
Yes.
When they were over, I forgot what were they were having like this
Kona beer from the Kona Brewing Company in Hawaii.
And like they were sitting there for so long that they ran out of whatever, so they had to switch the drink up. And you have to go back and watch that. It's on YouTube. It's hilarious. Like,
and obviously though, Nick, I mean, the thing I think about though, because it's gonna be part of a benchmarks episode. We asked him about Katrina hitting 20 years ago because his family was affected, and Stan, was very open about being at the first home game for the Saints after the hurricane came through. And
he's a New Orleans guy. Let's mention that.
Yeah, he's from New Orleans. Yeah.
So that was a cool story. And then kind of just getting into Sports Center and what that was like and what happened at the end.
And how Stan and how their new show kind of basically was what he told us. The new show that they're doing is basically what they were doing while they were getting prepped
in the newsroom,
Sports Center, in the newsroom.
Yeah, because they couldn't say half the shit they were saying in the newsroom because that would not be allowed for FCC regulated airwaves. But no, that was fun. And then the last two little polar opposites. What were we talking about? Oh, this was right like in the beginning of the WNBA lockout, I want to say.
Fairly early, I want to say, with Christine Brennan again, legendary USA Today writer. She's done a lot in 40 years. Obviously, it was more about promoting her book. It was also her bias towards Caitlin and like resentment towards other players, though. But also, Nick, I had asked her as well, though, about like away from, covering basketball, Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan came to mind because she was there covering that in Detroit in '94.
Right. And then we kind of went back and forth on the Unrivaled, how she called it a goofy 3-on-3 basketball league, if I remember correctly.
She sounds like the damn commissioner of the WNBA.
But I remember you and of course that interview will stand out because that's me literally holding a phone to the playback TV platform because we have to make it incredibly difficult to get guests on stage. But nonetheless, we somehow made the interview, and she was on for quite a long time too, if I remember. She was on for,
and she gave us a lot of depth though, asking about other events she covered again. I guess Harding versus Kerrigan, Nancy getting attacked by Harding's former, ex-husband, and the why, and then how covering those Olympic Games though, and how Tommy didn't win.
Right, and she was also there for the tennis thing, right?
I believe she was, yeah.
What was that? The Monica Seles thing?
Yeah, Monica Seles getting stabbed because Steffi Graf was not the #1 player in the world.
I think she was there too, if I remember.
I think she was too. Yeah.
So 3 distinct instances that she was a part of in 40 plus years.
Yeah.
And then the last one, which I happen to know the person, Casey Stern, who remembered me. Thank God. We were Facebook friends, but he remembered. If you remember during the interview, he remembered everything. Being on my college radio show at Nassau Community College. And also he remembered the project that he helped me do, my school project, because I had to interview a bunch of people. And of course I went too far above to make sure I got the A+ grade. And he remembers that I had to write a magazine thing and I had to interview people.
Oh, yeah.
And then we couldn't really get into the full aspect of everything because unfortunately he had a abuse situation. His ex-wife, and the husband and abusing the kids, which was tough. It was a very public story for quite a few years. He was on top of the world in the industry.
Oh,
If you
yeah,
remember.
absolutely.
He was on Sirius XM doing drive time for MLB Network Radio. He was on Sirius XM NFL for a while. He was doing the TBS MLB on TBS postseason show as the host. He would fill in on Inside the NBA. He also did March Madness. This guy had it all. Like, he literally was unreal. Like, he was like the success of all success stories. And one unfortunate, remember what I said early on in the show, that we're humans and we have families and we have lives outside of here. And unfortunately, it didn't. And Warner Bros. Discovery would not hire him again for whatever reason.
Just crazy to think.
So that's kind of the guest outlook for, and we have more planned in the new year.
Yeah, but a pretty nice, hopefully 1-2 combo to kick off the new year off on the right foot.
I mean, so obviously we've mentioned one, Bart Winkler, who I got a DM from. We've been DMing back and forth. The last thing I was, oh hell yeah, I'm ready. And I was like, okay, he's gonna be a good one. I can't wait because he will tell us. He'll give us the skinny of what happened at ISN and all that stuff. I'm curious to get like a real reaction to like what went through his mind when the Jason Barrett stories hit. So that's going to be great. And then obviously, I spoke to Zach Gelb, who did. He started on overnights with the network. He used to be on WIP in Philadelphia. He would drive up on the weekends to New York City and host overnights, 2 to 6 on the weekends. Eventually went to 6 to 10 Eastern during the week. Temporary hiatus, 3 months at Sirius, then back to CBS Sports Radio Infinity. Ended up being 6 to 10, then worked his way up to 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern. Great talent. How old is he? 31. He's been at CBS Sports Radio since he was 23. So, what do they say? Experience matters, right?
Yes.
So he will be fine. He will be fine.
All right, Nick. The last oddities for the year. We are going to be inducting the inaugural class of the Press Row Hall of Shame for 2025. We have 10 inductees for the inaugural class, Nick. We will start at number 10, Pat McAfee, for his repeated exhausting on-air rants claiming his own employer was conspiring against him. The Rebel Act became a tiresome troop that distracted from the actual sports coverage. He was hard to provide, mainly about his kicking contest being rigged.
Why? Why? I don't explain this one to me because I just don't get it.
I mean, basically, McAfee's in the Hall of Shame for his repeated exhausting on-air rants claiming that his own employer was conspiring against him. The Rebel Act became a tiresome troop that distracted from the actual sports coverage he was hired to provide. Probably, Nick, all the times he would take those pot shots at like the upper management during the course of his shows on ESPN.
But I think he was partially right, though. Like, because ESPN sometimes would treat him like crap when he's the one bringing in all the ratings. Is he controversial? Does he say things politically incorrect? Absolutely. Not debating. But sometimes the ESPN suits were not very friendly either.
So, yeah. There is number 10 for the Hall of Shame. Nick, number 9 goes to the commercial overturn during the Big Ten championship game. Changing a game-defining call during a commercial break without immediate explanation was a technical failure that embarrassed the conference.
Leave it to the Big Ten, right? I mean, we talked about all these issues with like trying to get NIL money and all these funds and all this stuff. We can't get that in order. Look where you are now.
Yes, they're all going to be laughed at whenever they go into the Hall of Shame. I wanted to get the shame bell from Game of Thrones, and I couldn't get it in time. So it'll be for next year. Nick, number 8 for the Hall of Shame inductee. It goes to Disney and NBC for the YouTube TV white flag for conceding to Google's aggressive distribution terms. Both media giants admitted they could not survive without YouTube TV, effectively handing the keys to the kingdom to the big tech group that is YouTube TV. And you would know, Will, because you were stuck in that blackout for like 3 weeks.
Yeah, that was brutal because like some people couldn't watch college football, some people couldn't watch I couldn't watch NBA certain nights because of the ABC ESPN thing. Just what a joke. I mean, it's all about the money.
Let's get to number 7 for our Hall of Shame, Nick. Number 7 is our first person being inducted. Welcome to the Hall of Shame, Robert Griffin III, for the social media flame war for his months-long, deeply personal feud with Ryan Clark. The public mudslinging between two major ESPN personalities at the time was a low point for the network's internal culture.
Ugh. I mean, I remember the fight between him and Ryan Clark when that whole I'm insulting my wife.
Well, it was about family, race, Caitlin Clark, WNBA basketball. Like, really, guys?
I mean, I don't get it. Why people think they have to fight each other over social media or like make videos and like, come on, man. And now Robert Griffin III is at Fox Sports doing the NFL, college football. Now apparently he wants to do soccer at the World Cup.
No. We will move now to our 6th inductee for the 2025 class of the Hall of Shame. Nick, that goes to FanDuel Sports Network's rebrand, a fresh coat of paint on a sinking ship. The rebrand failed to solve any of the technical or financial issues of the dying RSN model, leaving fans with a product that worked half the time for twice the price on cable.
How many times are we going to say these RSNs are going to fail? Originally, they were Fox Sports RSNs.
Bally, and now they're FanDuel Sports.
Ugh. I need the one sound that describes it all. It's a bad situation. I mean, the RSN situation is not great. It's
you know what's going to happen?
What? That's what I was looking for. They are gonna go bankrupt, and then they're gonna be like, why did like the RSN situation is bad. Like, what's next? Is someone else going to buy them next? Like, it's just a game of musical chairs. They're just going to keep moving them around until someone realizes they're not worth it. What? Well, Amazon doesn't need RSNs though. They air on their own streaming platform.
I couldn't tell you. Nick, to number 5. Mark Sanchez for the Indianapolis roadside altercation. While he was the victim, the chaotic and violent footage of Sanchez's roadside incident during a pivotal NFL broadcast week became a bizarre, unwanted distraction that Fox executives had to spend weeks cleaning up the mess. And as we broke today, apparently that case is going, Nick, to federal court now.
I mean, the only way I could describe Mark Sanchez right now. Literally, like he was doing so good. Like he got away from the butt fumble all those years, eating the hot dog on the sideline. He was doing great as an analyst. And then you decide to attack a 60-plus-year-old man because he's moving oil from a hotel.
And you were drunk.
I mean, like, come on, man. Like, yeah.
Come on, man. And we'll keep an eye on that story, too, about it moving to federal court as well on our next show. Nick, at number 4 for the Press Row Hall of Shame, Charlie Dixon from FS1, the former head of FS1, was ousted following sexual misconduct allegations brought up by a former hairstylist and former network host Julie Stewart-Binks, leading to the total collapse of the network's original afternoon program slate and a massive PR nightmare for Fox on top of Mark Sanchez's issues, too.
Yeah. I did an interview with AJ Perez, who used to be at Front Office Sports, who told me this situation was volatile,
Yeah.
volatile, sleazy. Skip Bayless apparently was doing many weird things behind the scenes. Shannon Sharp, that name doesn't really need to be spoken for as much, but it was not a pleasant situation, if I didn't say so myself.
All right, Nick, to number 3 for our Hall of Shame inductees. It is the one and only Adam Schefter for acting like Sharon Moore's PR agent for his framing of the Michigan investigation. Schefter was widely criticized for acting as a defense attorney for his sources rather than an objective reporter, highlighting a dangerous trend of insider compromise.
I mean, are you shocked that he's a Michigan alum? That's really. I don't know what else you really want me to say.
As soon as he said that we haven't heard his side of the story, meaning more, then that lost me. That lost me right there. Like, dude, shut up. Come on now.
You're a guy who's an insider. You should know better than most people that when a situation like that occurs, like maybe you should hold your Michigan alumni bias just a tad.
All right, we only have 2 more inductees left for the 2025 class of the Press Row Hall of Shame. Nick, number 2 goes to the Novig Sports Prediction Market and Brett Hoffman Jr. after Novig Sports abruptly ceased operations in New York and California with only either a month or week's notice, if that. Leaving ETB in a lurch, Brett Hoffman Jr. replied to the network's professional exit statement with a single yawning emoji. Remains the peak of frat tech unprofessionalism, as we said during our 30-minute show when the news broke that they were out of the equation.
He's fat! He's fat! He's fat!
What I have to say about that. Yeah, if Cal's still here, is wondering why we hadn't said it until now. The whole situation with Novig, and part of it is playback because they're the one that brought it to us. I don't know. Like, the whole politically incorrect notion that the way Novig handled this was not great. And then that when we put out a note to explain why we can't use it anymore, what's the guy's name? Brett Hoffman Jr.
Brett Hoffman Jr. You know who you are.
That fucking dumbass who has no sensitivity. And I look up that he works for the company too, and he thinks it's funny to put a yawn emoji on social media. Listen, man, like, deals come and go in the podcast industry or the media industry, but it's called acting with professionalism, not with stupidity. And you know what? We took a high road for the most part on that situation because think of it this way. You guys can't operate in New York or in Los Angeles at all, or California. Just say New York or California. Your business is going to die if you can't operate in New York and California. So when you guys are out on the scrap heap, eventually when you guys go bankrupt and poor because you can't operate, then yes. And you guys are not going to survive. Because, by the way, listen, you can't operate in New York. You can't operate in California. No Novig prediction markets are allowed in Nevada at all, or Vegas. So good luck, Novig. You're going to need it because you're going to be the next playback. I hate to say that, but the next playback where you're going to accept 1 million investments and you're not going to be able to come up. So you're going to be the next belly up company.
Nevada. But Nick, number 1, to no one's surprise, we teased it a little bit. Oh, I forgot to laugh at Mr. Hoffman Jr. Maybe change your name from Hoffman Jr. to Weenie Hut Jr. How about that there, Skippy?
I get a second one. Or better yet,
Clown show! Clown show! Clown show! Clown show!
But Nick, number 1, though, our last inductee for the Hall of Shame, Ryan Clark, the jock gatekeeper for his absolutely uncalled for verbal abuse of NFL reporter Peter Schrager on First Take. Ryan's dismissal of non-players as unqualified to analyze the game was the single most elitist and unprofessional moment in sports media this year, insulting the very foundations of sports journalism. Where again, Nick, we heard the talk. We talked about it though too. Talked about it here on our show. This went on into the commercial break. It got very, very out of control as the show had gone on. Ryan Clark, go away. Just stop.
Yeah, Ryan Clark is just a talking head, as the term we used before. Like, I feel like sometimes he just says things because he knows that he's part of. First of all, he's on First Take more than anybody. You notice that, right? Because Stephen A. is like as an obsession with some guys. He brings them on all the time during the NFL season, and sometimes you see him not on the NFL season, which is even weirder. But I can't stand Ryan Clark. Like Ryan Clark thinks like he's like God's gift to media and can just spew it out. I don't know. I don't get what his absurdity is about. Do you?
No idea.
But yes, Ryan Clark, you earned spot number 1.
Clown show, clown show, clown show, clown show.
So those are the first ever inductees to the Press Row Hall of Shame class of 2025. Congratulations.
Wow, did we make it to the end of the show?
We did with 6 minutes to spare.
Well, then that gives me time to say ETB Small Market Edition, Episode 6. Pucks Among the Palms drops this Friday. And remember, Benchmarks debuts January 4th at 9 p.m. Pacific Time, midnight Eastern. It's been an incredible year on the Empty the Bench Network. Thank you for being part of our journey. Follow us at Press Row ETB, and we'll see you in 2026.
If you can believe it.
But, I mean, we have a few minutes to reflect.
We got 5 minutes, yeah. You can go ahead and start.
You
are the founder of this damn platform, sir.
Yeah, it's been quite a year for Empty the Bench Network in 2025. By the way, I appreciate 138 people made it with us to all the way to the end here. It's been a tough year, especially with my grandmother passing away. Last 5 or 6 months have been brutal.
They've been roadkill.
Yeah. I appreciate, well, number one, you coming on and helping and doing a lot of things, because I was doing a lot of the things before you really stepped into role, and now we're going to be doing even bigger and better things in 2026. But I like the way that our network and our platform is kind of moving as we continue to grow in watch hours and subs and all that stuff. But I like the improvements we've made as we continue to add more content and shows. Always adding more shows. 140 people. But yes, by the way, that's why we're here. Like all the people that are watching and taking in our content, that's why we put time in to put these shows together, because so people can enjoy the content and coming in and seeing what we do. Especially with Press Row in the sports media industry. But we're trying to make change. We're trying to grow. We're trying to brand. We're trying to do things so that we can be not like them, but like we want to be the next Barstool, where we're all over the country and have the ability to talk about different sports and comedy and all that stuff. And we're getting there. I have a feeling we're getting there. We made some changes, which are for the better. Yeah, that's pretty much where I stand. I don't know where you want to kind of reflect.
No, it's been great. I mean, it's been since April. So that's 8 months that I've been here, and to see where this platform has gone, despite losing Novig and despite losing playback, that we pivot back in house and we get where we're at now. And I mean, ever getting closer to 4,000, ever getting so close now to 100 to 4,000 watch hours. We keep pushing that boulder further and further down the mountain pass or up the hill. And now we're up to 141 live viewers now, which is amazing. And that's why, as Nick said, that's why we do it, is to, entertain an audience, but also inform an audience of all of our shows, not just the live shows, but the recorded content and the shows that drop in the middle of the week, like ETB Sports, for example. Obviously, we are launching the ETB Lounge on Monday next week at 7 o'clock Pacific time in the evening, 10 p.m. Eastern, to add some late night spice to the lineup. Again, it'll be me, Christy Wilson, Dino Talby. Maybe some more people will join, though. Nick may join eventually whenever he has time on Mondays, if we're ever in a pinch. Then obviously we have the Saturday version to recap the games. Again, we have, that format has still been, tweaked several times. The names changed like 2 different times because of what's gone on recently with all this.
We didn't have
everything shuddering, for heaven's sakes. But, we're proud, though, of what we've done. Obviously, me adding the West Coast perspective on things from Southern California has helped. And obviously when ETB was mainly just, East Coast heavy, now we have presence now in Montana and in Southern California, in San Diego, where I live. And now we kind of have the East Coast, West Coast, mindset in a way, along with, the Midwest being covered with Zan being in Chicago and stuff like that. And, I think I'm proud, though, about being a part of like the next wave, though. And now that ETB is growing to where it's at, by adding the West Coast mindset, West Coast viewpoints, adding content as we are again. And next time you see us, it'll the lounge debut next Monday.
It's crazy, right? That we made it through 20. Well, if we're not really counting, this is a numbered episode, but 28 episodes, and coming back with episode 29 on, if you want to flesh that one more time, for when we come back in 2026.
Yeah. First show back right there.
January 7th. And let's talk about this. So we've had some scheduling moves around over this year. Well, Callan and I discussed that, and we are now going in 2026 and going forward. We are going to be Wednesdays, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern going forward. We are locking that in. That is the plan. That way you can get used to finding our show in a consistent spot, and that'll make it easier for the two of us. That way we're not barging into other shows that are live. So that's the goal. That's the plan. Starting 2026, starting January 7th, which is a Wednesday, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern, for the foreseeable future. That is the plan, to have that as our slot, which is good.
And if we do have to move the chips around the board, we will definitely let you folks know if we have to, for whatever reason, work, play, home, school, you name it.
Yeah, but that's the plan. We should be locked into that spot for 99% of the time. So, wow. 4 o'clock. We made it through 4 hours. 4-hour show. Well,
just flew by, baby.
I know. It felt like it went fast, too. God, it's scary that you and I think 4 hours go by quick. But yeah, follow us on social media as we almost approach 150 people watching live.
Yes.
Go over to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/ETB Network. Check us out. Subscribe. It helps us so we can reach more people. Subscribe. Follow us on social media at ETB Network. Across the network, so you can see all our shows, not just Press Row. Follow Press Row at Press Row ETB across all social media platforms. There will be a TikTok soon. So right now we have Twitter and Instagram. TikTok will be following right after. Am I missing anything? Just football forecast, and will probably be, it's the only one really left for the end of the new year, because forecast is not already recorded. I think that's it for shows, really, for the year.
Yeah, Noteworthy coming up in about an hour.
Oh yeah, that's right, for the live shows. So Noteworthy will be on, so don't miss that. Will Charlton, Mr. 60 Minutes himself.
Yeah.
Which he still doesn't know that joke yet. But yeah, tune in 5 to like 5:20, 5:25. He'll recap all the bowl games, get you ready for the quarterfinals of the college football playoff. And then at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, Unnecessary Wagers with Nick DiMartino and Liam Barwick. So they'll get you ready for NFL Week 18. They might do Monday Night Football tonight. I don't know. And then they'll get you ready also for college football playoff quarterfinals from the betting perspective. So I think I've exhausted everything we've needed to talk about in 4 hours. So that's it. That's it for 2025.
149 viewers at the very end. They made it through 4 hours with us. Unbelievable.
Hey, and if you like our show, let us know. Comment, follow. Let us know if you want certain guests. We'll try our best to
subscribe.
And that's it. So where's the music? Because I actually put it in here.
I think
as we get ready to say goodbye, we can wave our... It's been a fun year for this show. And now it's time to say goodbye for 2025. That's Callan McClurg. I'm Nick Morgasen. We'll be back January 7th, 2026. And until then, have a happy new year. And we will see you then. Good night.